Hello, everybody, and welcome to Lost Mine of Fandelver. I am the DM, and with me, as always, is my. I almost said my favorite group, but it's not true. It's
Shots fired.
ah. Oh no. I absolutely want to make sure that my other players, who some are here and some aren't, are get feel that fire lit under their ass a little bit. As far as things.
You
So
have you have them, player group one, and us, player group A. So, which is better? That's whoever decides. I'm just A and one, not the same things.
what I meant to say was my favorite group of people, but I almost said favorite players, and I was just like, no, no, not Freudian slip at all. Um, but anywho, welcome everybody, and welcome to my players. Um, yes, so thank you everybody for showing up, watching the craziness that's about to unfold, and to my players who allow me to take them on this crazy journey every week, full of D&D goodness. Thank you so much. As we usually have, we have Julia and Jean and Matt and John. Again, you will see various things during our break. All of the things that they are doing currently. Please support all of the amazing projects that they're doing. The one thing that I have not yet updated yet, but I will for next week, is the new thing that Matt is putting together. Aspiring Adventures. He's still doing the Good Neighbor Monster of the Week RPG, still part of that, but his main project that he's currently working on is Aspiring Adventures. So twitch.tv/aspiring underscore adventures. They have a Facebook presence. They're working on the rest of their stuff as well. And as all of that stuff starts to unfold, you will have all that information here as well. So please make sure you throw them a follow if you haven't already. Just get them on their way and show them the love that you're showing us here. Same thing with Unconventional Heroes. If you have not been following them, what's wrong with you? You should absolutely throw them a follow on their channel as well. And John, his book, The Tales of the Left Hand. If you have not bought his book and you have not listened to the amazing voice acting that he does, I mean, he brings it here every week. But if you haven't done that, I will reiterate what's wrong with you. Please, absolutely support everybody's projects, because that's what this is all about. That's what this community is all about. Just supporting each other and lifting each other up. So let's do that. And once again, thank you again to my players. Again, without you, we don't have a game. I mean, yeah, I can call myself the DM all I want. I just don't have a Lost Mind game to play. So thank you so much. Alrighty. Yeah, we are continuing to build our build towards our goals here. We're inching up to the 100 Twitch subs, which is great. Once again, to remind you all, once we hit 100 continuous Twitch subs, we will be doing a giveaway for a 3D printed model of one of our players' minis. It's going to be about 2.5 to 3 inches tall, 100% 3D printed by moi, and there will be a giveaway for that. So it'll be from either this campaign or the next, or our Thursday campaign. So we've got that'll be 11 possible minis that people can actually walk away with. So yeah, once we reach that'll be a lot of fun. Our Patreon, thank you again to our Patreon patrons. Without you, a lot of this is a lot more difficult to put together. And our YouTube subs, they are slowly growing. It's not updated here, but we're actually up to 38 now, which is great. Slowly getting up to that 100, and that's great. The Disco Elysium live stream that I did on Monday on YouTube. That was a lot of fun. That was really interesting. That game is so trippy. I love the hell out of it. All I know is I want to punch that Kuno kid in the head. Anybody who plays Disco Elysium understands. If not, watch the VOD. You'll understand. And the last thing, there we go. Shady's really, Shady is my wife, Donna, who plays Sora in our Thursday campaign. She's already. I'm never going to hear the end of this about favorite players.
Well, we know she's your favorite person because you married her.
Well, I mean that goes without saying, but
so I'm helping. No,
I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. But the last bit of stuff that you will also see during the break is our new Monster Hearts 2 game, which will be again premiering on May 3rd. It's a 6-part miniseries where it is just a pure role-playing game using the Apocalypse system, which is just D6s. And that is teenagers in the early 90s dealing with teenager angst and so on. Oh, and by the way, they also are secretly monsters. So this is going to be a really interesting and fun game to do. And yeah, that's going to be starting May 3rd. And in association with that, this week, most likely either tomorrow or Friday, we will be opening up our merchandise store, which will actually have the amazing art of Isaiah Roa, who did the character art for Monster Hearts game, which will be on t-shirts and stickers, which you will be able to do. And again, any purchases from the merchandise store, just all it does, it helps me continue to create all this content and be able to get amazing people to come on and play these games with me. So thank you so much in advance for all of that. And that's pretty much it. So yeah, unless anybody else has anything they'd like to add, then let us begin the game. All right. So last week, when we gathered, the group had made their way after successfully taking care of the task of getting rid of a dragon, of all things, from the ruins of Thunder Tree for the friend of Colleen, the druid Rydolph, who had taken up residence there simply, according to him, to just kind of make sure it was a safe area and keep people, clear of said area, make sure, no one got hurt. Because you took care of that task, amongst other things, while in the ruins, you were able to get not only the exact location of Cragmaw Castle, but a promise from him to actually take you to Wave Echo Cave. Now, there was he still had to take care of a few things, make sure that while he was gone, the area would be a little safer, in case any wandering yahoos showed up. And in the meantime, he said he would meet you in Fendalen. He had to reassure Colleen that he was safe. You then made your way to Helm's Hold, specifically to the abode of Basha, whereupon you met some of her family, her sister and her children, along with what it seems to be the bodyguard of the family, Jinx. I don't think most of you were introduced to him, but Basha knew him well. And in between all of those things, a dragon head was skinned and left to dry and cure. You were fed massive amounts of food in short amounts of time by the family, specifically Basha's sister, Carolina. You found out a little more about Bocek's past. Specifically how, at one point he thought eating a rock would help him give birth to stone babies. It wasn't clear why that was. It just seemed to be a thing. And you finally, after an evening's rest, being well fed, you found a cart prepared for you to help you continue your journey, along with a retired war horse by the name of Henry, who prefers Hank. And interestingly enough, a sack of 2 healing potions. Basha made her way back into the house to write a note to be given to the headmaster about some things that she had forgotten. You all believe that you were consistently being watched by said wizards, hence the hashtag Wizard Mafia, and proceeded to then make your way out of Helm's Hold on your way to Cragmaw Castle as your first destination during this journey, as you have it marked on your map very specifically where it is. And that is where we had left off.
All right. So,
All right, let's keep the horse and burn the chariot just so they can't track us.
I mean, I don't think Hank gives a shit about those wizards from what I got off him. But anyway, so we don't know how well defended this place is, and we don't know what kind of numbers we're getting into, but we have an exact location more or less on the map. I think we should ride up to maybe within a mile, but out of sight, to put our horses safe and camouflaged, and then maybe attempt to sneak up. Just because I don't know, like Drovar, you're a soldier. I hunt people, but I don't hunt many people. I guess I hunt persons is probably a better description.
Well, when we were getting close to an enemy campsite, we tried to do some reconnaissance if possible. Not let them know we're coming, see what kind of defenses they got. I mean, everything you're talking about. It, depends on the numbers, and what are they doing in there? Is it, they just drop, do they go off on raids, drop their stuff off and go out and do more raids? So there's only some of them there. Are they all just holed up, amassing to go out in a big army somewhere? We don't know. We gotta get there, and if we can do it without them finding us, that's best.
I'm just looking through my notes to see if that bugbear gave us any information about Cragmaw and what kind of people are over, what the numbers are.
I don't recall him saying anything about numbers. And keep in mind, it might change. I mean, if it's all goblinoids and stuff, sometimes those guys fight with each other, and we could come in and they've killed themselves. That happened to me one time. We walked in and it was great. But there's other times where they're on alert and they're ready and they're watching. It's a real roll of the dice. We're not going to know until we're close.
I don't like going into places where I don't know the terrain.
Well, then we'll do it slow and careful if we can. The big thing is if we encounter any patrols. If they're smart, there'll be patrols going around. If we find any of those, none of them get away if they see us.
I mean,
if they get away, then they'll come back with more. We gotta make sure that it's a gamble no matter what we do. But we're not gonna find out this way. Basha, your magic's not. Can you spy on him? You got any tricks in the book to? I think you're talking to your book. I can't hear you here.
You're very quiet.
You're muted. You're muted.
Muted. You are? Well.
Uh-oh.
I'm deaf. Oh no, I can't hear.
Push to talk?
Let me see if
Hey.
That's how the curse is lifted.
The curse is lifted. It's fine. It's just probably Wizard Mafia. Nothing to worry about. That's
I
fine.
still think we gotta burn this chariot.
No, we can't. It's a very nice chariot. It supports Bocek. It's good. No, I was just going to say I can sneak in as I always do, invisibly. But I mean, I don't know. I think it only lasts an hour, so I could like spy on them. I'm pretty good at staying quiet. They don't usually see me or find me, but if any of them can see invisible people, that would be very bad for me.
What about like a crystal ball? Don't you guys look into that deeply and see things far off?
I wish.
I
had a mentor once who told me that was real and did it for like months, and then I just figured out they were really good at like reading people, and it was not funny. Anyway, long story short, no, I don't have that. I might. Let me check. I might be able to. No, I don't think I can. Never mind. I don't know. I don't even think I can.
I have a solution, but since it's going to take some time to get there, it's going to have to happen overnight.
All right, well, let's hear it.
Yeah, I'm listening.
So you don't really know much about the shard I carry on my neck, but it contains many different spirits of, my true home. And one of them is a flying spirit, and it is intelligent. It has the cunning of all predators and raptors, and it is smart enough to at least get the numbers and what we're looking at if I ask it to. I can't see through its eyes. I'm not a witch, but I can speak to it when it returns to get an idea of what we're looking at. And it flies pretty fast, and it's pretty small, so it's a little bit hard to spot.
Does it? Quick question. Does it look like your mount here? Like it's a lizard?
I mean, it's not a big lizard. It's probably about my size. It's probably about the same. Like take me, but then its wingspan is like 4.
All right, but it's
2 foot tall wizard. Lizard. 2 foot tall wizard. 2 foot tall lizard is pretty big lizard. Like I feel like people might see it.
That's where it's flying 200 feet in the sky.
Well, the question I'm just sort of wondering. It's like, does it look like the other things that fly around here, or is it like from Chult?
Oh, I think it's from Chult. I mean, that's where my thing is from.
Well. In defense, there were like flying, sucking creatures like a week ago. So like weird stuff is not that weird. I guess.
I would say that its skin is a similar skin like the Sturgis. Yes.
All right, I think that's certainly one option. I think another thing we might want to consider, though, since if they're really defending this place, there'll be patrols. If we come across one of them, we keep one and ask him what's in there.
Yes, I like this plan. That seems like best plan. But if there is patrol, like not me having to go like with them, but like I could, like I said, I can always go invisible and go like get close and like watch and see what's going on if I have to. That's always an option. But otherwise, I like that.
Try to shock them. I mean, none of us make a lot of noise. None of us are carrying heavy armor. It's like I miss Shug, but he made a lot of noise. Let's just get down there and start looking for signs of their, a lot of trees cut down, dead animals they've been trying to hunt and stuff. Are they really, are they dug in or are they hiding? We don't know. We just got to get down there and start looking around.
And I mean, Bocek, you're very integral because you're the only one who speaks this language. So you're going to have to translate and, get the information.
Bocek could go in as door-to-door beer salesman.
I mean, would they like that? Because honestly, that's not the worst thing I've heard. I've heard worse, but
If there's a lot of them and we think we could trick them into getting the point is getting Gundred out, not killing all of them. That's not a bad idea, but
Well,
that would be ridiculous. That would be ridiculous way if we actually managed to do that and get in.
If we have to fight way in, I offer them all sample of beer that make lesser dwarf than you vomit.
Yes. Well, do they drink beer? I don't know what they do.
Everyone drink beer.
They would definitely. They can if they can get it. All right. Can you make a keg big enough the 3 of us hide in it, and you bring that in on your back, and you just set it down, and No, that's ridiculous. That'd never work. Anyway, let's just keep going.
Well,
And
wait.
We're gonna have to adapt when we get close because we don't know what we're heading into.
Keg big enough that two of you fit in it. I go invisibly next to Bocek. Yeah?
We'd have to build the barrel.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, let's guess.
Bocek does have empty keg that used to have Goodberry beer in it.
Yeah,
but that's not a big. I'm probably the only one that can fit in that small keg you're carrying.
But now there's an idea because if you're in it and you can come open the door and then we come in.
I can breathe underwater, so we could do this.
It's a thought.
This is most ridiculous plan for infiltration I've ever heard, but I love it.
I will say I've been in more dangerous situations.
Now, if you're sitting there in the beer and breathing it, is that gonna mess you up real hard? I mean, it's not water.
It'll definitely make the beer more poisonous.
I don't breathe in the conventional way you think while underwater. I don't have gills. I absorb it through my skin.
Yeah, I don't understand that at all. Nope.
Well, I have magic mini keg that grows dragon beer in it that needs to finish. That at this point is more poison than not.
Mm.
And then I have other keg that we fit Gorple in, which has no beer in it right now. So I just carry it and say, "Oh no, this is different beer," and actually it's just Gorple.
What if they ask for taste of a Gorple beer?
We'll just put my bathwater in it. Yeah. We'll just put my bathwater in it, and they'll just get fucking high as shit.
That's hilarious. Wait, we could actually sell that. Wait, this is new business opportunity now. This is great.
What's the DM going?
Oh. I have ideas.
Genius. We're geniuses, all of them.
And that's when the players, the adventuring party became drug smugglers.
Yes, I was thinking maybe we soak parchment in Gorple bathwater, and people let parchment dissolve on tongue.
Oh
no.
That's no.
That's a bad time for everyone involved.
We're gonna get paladins chasing us down for pushing the gorp juice. It's like, no, you can't be pushing the gorp juice anymore. You're selling it to kids. You
Look,
can't
I got out. Look, I left.
He's just gonna hunt us down.
I left. I left Waterdeep. I got out, guys. I'm never going back. I got out.
All right, so we have like 3 half plans. I think we're solid. It's still going to take us a day or so to get there because it's pretty far, but let's let those ruminate.
Yeah, we need to talk to that man at Fendal, and he may have more ideas too on the way. So we might have a 4th half-baked planned as well.
Okay, so
we're gonna get to the castle before we get to Fendalen.
Yeah, that you're going. The plan was to go to Cragmaw Castle first.
Right, that's right.
Yeah, and looking at the map, you can see that it's going to take you, depending on weather and travel conditions, anywhere between 2 to 2.5 days. So, and you're currently on the road. You're currently on the high road, making your way south. So what I'd like to do is I would like for your first day of travel, if anyone would like to helm the day's perception check for both the road travel.
I've learned your trick, Butchek. Nope, not again.
So who are we looking at? Who wants to do this?
I'll do it because I have the sharpest eyes.
All right. So Gorple, make me a perception check for the day's travel, please.
May I get the help action from Teague?
You
can absolutely say no. That was just me fishing for advantage.
Yeah, no. I'm thinking. I will say, unless you want to spend a spell slot for speak with animals, no.
Nah.
Okay.
It is a 24.
24. Okay, so as you are all traveling, Gorple, you basically just slightly ahead of the cart. Just keeping check. You do, again, the high road is a very well-traveled road up the Sword Coast, especially this close to Neverwinter. And you do see a number of travelers coming north as you are traveling south. Gorple, you being in the lead and them seeing immediately this large lizard horse, they veer off the road, away from your group, past you, but thankfully nothing that seems to be indicative of danger or anything. They seem to be either mostly individual travelers or merchants with carts kind of making their way north towards Neverwinter.
I will call out just occasionally, be like, any trouble up ahead? Any goblinoids that need to be worried about a few miles down the road?
So I need you to make a persuasion check at disadvantage, as most of these folks seem very freaked out by this large lizard and frog on top of it, screaming out at them. And as they get closer, they also see a giant driving a small cart. Completely like Basha and Drovar are like, they're in this instance non-entities to most of these people, as they see this coming at them. So
hey, what about we matter?
Hey, wait, hello, wait, what if I want to buy something? Okay, bye.
I give them a confident 4.
A confident 4? Yeah, they go, yeah, everything's fine. And then just kind of go a little faster and just kind of make their way around, like very, very wide berth.
DM, I do want to see if I can't see the mother, though, the mother and her kids from Fandalin that were coming this way, or supposedly coming this way, like if I see them amongst the group at all as they pass.
I will say, let's see, I'm just kind of calculating the time, and no, I would say probably at least this first day of travel that you do not see them.
But yeah, they could be along the road. So yeah, we'll keep an eye out for our fans. We'll have we've got a fan base out there now. They can.
Hey.
Yeah, we got to hear ahead of you. Got any problems? Yeah.
How you doing? So, all right. So yeah, unfortunately, most of the folks, and again, they don't seem to be, they just seem to be a little more like, very wary being on a road, traveling to begin with. And unfortunately, you being in the first thing that they see coming up the road, does tend to freak them out just slightly, and they kind of give you all a very wide berth. But your day's travel goes without incident, thankfully. Most of the day has been overcast, and you can feel kind of humidity beginning to build in the air, which for you, Gorple, is amazing. Like, it feels great. It thankfully hasn't gotten cooler, so it feels pretty good to you. For the rest of you, you're a little sticky, starting to get a little sticky as the night comes to its beginning. And you actually are able to pull off the road, and there's many places on the side of the road that are very clearly built for travelers. You can see occasional stone fire pits, and flat areas for you easily to pitch camp for the evening.
All right.
So are you all going to be are you just going to take a rest? Or are you going to be taking watch?
Oh yeah, I think we're definitely going to take watch.
Watches.
Okay. So what I would like, so who will be taking, so you can do 3 watches. As we were saying last time, 3 watches will cover the whole evening for rest. So one of you could, since there are 4 of you, it could be 1 each, or one of you could actually double up if you wished.
I'll take the middle watch because that's probably the darkest time, and I got dark visions. I'll take the middle.
Yeah. I'll take first.
I'll take last watch. That way I could start breakfast.
All right. Well, that's good because I have to do a ritual tonight. So.
Oh, Oh, good.
For everyone.
Okay. So Basha first, Drovar middle, and then Bocek last. Gotcha. Alrighty. So Gorple, since you aren't going to be taking a watch, I would like for you to roll me a d12, please.
One, because I'm number one.
1. Okay.
I'll say that every time I roll a critical fail now. I'll be like, 1, because I'm number 1!
Alrighty. I also now need you to roll me a d8, please.
That is a 5.
Okay. Alrighty. So Basha, you're taking your first watch. Gorple, everybody, evening routine. Gorple takes out his basin, starts filling it with water. It submerges himself. It's still a little odd watching him just completely submerge himself. The eyes occasionally raising, and then submerging. Basha, so you're on first watch. I need you to make a perception check for me, please.
Ooh, that's the first time that D&D Beyond hasn't done me dirty. That's 20, not natural.
Oh, very nice.
Right?
All right.
Like,
So over the
we might live!
So over the course of your watch, the first couple of hours, it's pretty uneventful. You can see also that there is not much travel on the road during the evenings. I'd probably say you're not too far off of the road. You can't actually see it, but you could definitely hear if something was traveling up or down the road from where you are. You don't hear much of anything. Seems that traveling in the evening is probably best left for unsavory characters or those who can actually travel safely at night.
I feel right at home. Well, it's a little dark, but yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. It's towards the end of your watch that you start maybe about 35 to 40 feet away, more into the actual forest, like the wooded area that you are just outside of. You can hear just the faintest sound just coming from again within the it's just like this. It's just like very, very far, maybe 40 feet away from where you're at. But
how close is this to the end of my watch? Because I might wake up Drovar early if it's close.
Yeah,
or
this
not
is
close at all.
Yeah, this is maybe about you probably have an hour left into your watch.
All right. Well, sorry, Drovar. I'm gonna go over and kind of shake him awake and be like, "Hey, it's early."
Is it the trees?
Sorry. Yes, actually, yes. Wait, yes. Hold on. There's something in the forest, and I don't know what the noise is. Can you hear? Right? Can you listen with me and see if you can't figure out what it is? It's a weird humming noise.
All right.
Wasn't sure if it'd be those blood sucking weird things again. I was scared.
Again.
I don't know. It was like a weird humming. I don't really know what it is.
Okay, so Drovar, he will step away from the fire to give his dark vision a little more juice, looking out the direction that she was. It was kind of coming from a particular direction.
Yeah, it was.
I'm gonna go behind him, I mean, he's shorter than me, but kind of leaning behind him and pointing it was over there. It's that way.
All right.
Head
up. I've got the axe in front of me, and I'm looking out and I'm checking the trees. I'm doing this with the trees because that's my focus right now. I am listening.
Yeah, make a perception check with advantage since Basha is pointing it out to you, in her unique way.
11.
11. You don't hear what she's saying, what, like, you know, you're kind of, but those fucking trees, the ones right in front of you, like they're just like, you swear, like they're just moving towards you, just almost imperceptibly, but they're moving towards you.
What's on to us? What's on to us?
We should.
Okay, I don't think the trees are. Road. I mean, there's dangers on the road too. It's either way.
Yeah,
but no, it's not the trees. I
can't
know.
creep up on you like these things.
Is there? I mean, I already rolled my perception check. Is there anything else like that I can like roll to try and figure out what the noise is? Like, I don't know if I would know, but
as Drovar is like telling you about these dangerous trees that are inching closer and closer to you, which you clearly can see they're not. Like, they're just trees.
Like, it's fine.
Yeah. You can still hear it because you did hear it. And it does sound like it's actually getting a little closer. And as it does, it is getting a little louder. And now, Drovar, you can actually hear it, but it's very, very slight. It's like, and now it's like,
What is it? What is that?
It does sound like wings. Like,
do you think it's those
that get your ear, but far off?
Should I wake up Bocek?
Keep listening. If it gets any closer, yeah, probably gotta. You know,
right. I am gonna get out my spell book.
Okay.
All right. So, you know, he doesn't think it's the trees anymore, but it's coming from him. You know, the trees are hiding him, so they're you know, collaborators. But he's now like looking between the trees into the darkness, kind of looking for any signs of movement. You know, expecting something.
Okay. I would like for you and Basha to both make me stealth checks, please.
Oh boy. That's a 6.
Wow.
Oh, D&D Beyond, man, ruin it for me. You were doing so good.
All right, hold on.
They lured you in with that high roll, and then
okay. All right.
Back to heart.
So, Drovar and Basha, you're just kind of like standing there. Just Drovar, you're just scanning the trees, trying to see if you can figure out where it's coming from, and it's odd. It's not just coming from one place, it's coming from multiple places. It's like the sound will sound like it's coming from the left, and then that will go away, and then it sounds like it's coming from the right. And then it sounds like it's coming from higher above, and then it sounds like it's coming from just below that. And it's just very odd, and it is now getting closer and closer to the point where Gwarple, but not Bocek. Bocek is just passed out. Your passive perception is pretty... What is your passive perception, by the way, Bocek? I believe it's like 11, if I'm correct. 11 or 12? Yeah. So
it's 11.
11, yeah. Gwarple, how about yours?
Mine is a big bad 16.
16, yeah. You actually feel the vibrations in your water, Gwarple. And you were just like, you kind of, the eyes just come up, you kind of look up, and you can hear... It is now getting so much closer. It does sound very familiar to all of you at this point.
Man.
Your forbidden avocados have come to roost.
Whoa!
I need you all to make initiative rolls for me, please. Alrighty. All right, just hold on to those numbers. All right, here we go. Alrighty. Okay. Alrighty. So, Quirple, what did you get?
I have a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. Drovar.
15.
15. Basha.
Sorry, I realized I was muted. That's a 20.
20. Nice.
I rolled a 20.
Okay. All right. Bocek.
23.
23. Alrighty. Alrighty. So, top of the round. Bocek, you are fast asleep.
I would like to spend my action scratching my ass.
Ass scratched. Nobody has woken you up yet, and the sounds, your passive perception is not high enough, unfortunately, at this moment in time, to actually wake you. But that is your turn, Bocek. Next up is Basha.
Bocek, wake up!
Okay.
It's my
Yeah.
No, is that my whole action?
No, that's not an action. No, that's not it.
Good.
That was it. Get up, Bocek, get up. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. All right. So Bocek, you're awake. You are currently prone. But come your next turn, you'll be able to get up and do everything you need to do.
Yeah, I would like to ready a firebolt to attack the first one I can see as soon as I can see it.
Okay.
Like as soon as it's within, reasonable range for me to hit it. But I'm just gonna be like, Jan, get ready! It's time for barbecued avocados again.
What is the range of your firebolt?
Is I believe 120. Let me check. I could be wrong. I just feel like I'm right. 120 feet.
Okay, perfect. All right, no problem. So you're readying a firebolt as your action for the first thing that you'll see. Okay.
Correct.
Not a problem. All right, Gorple, you're up.
With the firelight, we don't see any yet?
Not yet. Yeah, you just hear them.
So I will hop out of the water, definitely watching Bocek, because I don't know if he's awake or not.
Yeah.
But to be like that extra kick. And I will ready my action to attack the first one I can see with a crossbow.
Okay.
Then I will tell Teague as a bonus action, as I'm like, get up! He has a passive perception 12.
Yeah, at this point, he's already kind of looking around.
And I will tell him to attack the first one he can see. He does have dark vision of 60 feet.
Okay. Not a problem. All right.
Bocek, he's awake and soaking wet now, too.
Yeah, and that's Gorple's bathwater, so if he doesn't see the sturges, he's going to start seeing pink elephants.
Okay, Drovar, you're up.
Okay, seeing that they've gotten Bocek up, I start moving over towards the horses because those are big, juicy blood bag targets for these things. And I'm like, watch the horses! And I'm like heading over to see if anything is harassing them.
Okay.
It's like gone past us and gone for the, bigger things full of blood.
Right. So Hank, you go over to where Hank is, and Hank clearly knows there's something like his head is up and he seems very attentive, but is just kind of like looking around. The other two horses are starting to nicker and just become very restless.
Okay.
But there's nothing by them yet.
Okay, so I'm just waiting over there, and if something darts down to take a bite out of the horses or me, I'll take a swing at it.
Okay. So at this point, you're all about 20 feet away from the tree line as it gets further in, deeper into the wooded area. And at this point, you actually begin to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, just fly out of the trees in various locations. So Basha, you see one immediately as they all almost in a swarm, just kind of come out of the trees and begin to kind of separate. So you can pick one.
I'll pick the one that is. I'll pick one that looks like it's either aiming for me or the horses. Like, if there's one aiming for me, I'm gonna go for that one first. But if there's one aiming for the horses, okay, I'll go for the one going for me because don't want to.
They're clearly coming out of all of you.
Great. Okay, I'm gonna go for it.
Okay.
Let's see if I hit. I do not. That sucked. Oh wait, maybe 13.
Just miss.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Seeing this many coming at you at once kind of freaks you out, and your firebolt just kind of like goes a little bit wide, right into one of the trees behind. But thankfully, it's just a firebolt. You'd have to see if anything is catching fire later.
Yes, burn them.
Yeah. Okay, Drovar.
Drovar seems
That's the way to
very.
start. That's a good start. Flush him out.
Drovar seems very enthused that way about this burning of the trees. All right, so the first one, let's see. All right, so one is going to.
My range is 80, DM.
Yeah. Oh, so you absolutely you can take your shot.
That will be a 16.
16 does hit. Roll for damage.
That will be 8 crossbow.
Okay. As you fire a shot and it hits one, it goes down immediately. It's like, and then and you can now hear this weird buzzing that is coming from what seems like their proboscis. They're very, very long, sharp, serrated proboscis. And unlike the green ones that you saw closer to Findalen, these are like a dark red, almost maroon color. But they are absolutely clearly sturges, and you can also see that they are big. They are slightly bigger than the ones you've encountered earlier. There are tufts of hair, actually, like all over, coming out from various parts of their bodies. And you can see that their wings with their claws kind of hooked on the end of them as they come racing towards Bocek, Basha, and Gorple. Antique, actually. Drovar, when you went to go to the horses, you actually put yourself a little further away from them. So there are two that seem to be one coming towards you, Drovar, but the others are going for the larger group, as it were. So, Bocek... I'm sorry, go ahead, Basha.
Sorry, no, I just wanted to say sorry, because I always forget to do this at the start of game. I always forget to tell you, but my mage armor is up, because I do it twice a day. It would still be up at this point. I just want to let you know. Okay. Just because I never remember to say it at the beginning, so it's on.
We'll just say that's part of your routine.
I'm not wearing armor, so my AC is lower, because why would I soak in leather? That's disgusting.
That's right. So what is your AC at this point?
My current AC is a 13.
13. Okay, good to know. Alrighty, so Bocek, you are on the ground, you are prone, which gives them advantage. So one is dead. This one is going to roll for attack on you. That is a 13 to hit. Does that hit you?
Is it me?
No, it does not.
Okay, so as you're kind of laying there and you watch as the scourge comes at you, you just like, and you just kind of like knocking it away. You're not hitting it, but thankfully your flailing motions absolutely are keeping it at bay at this point, and comes at you but misses. The other one next to it will also attempt. It's a 24 to hit.
Yeah.
So you take 4 piercing damage, and it attaches itself to your chest. And you can feel the proboscis just penetrate, like just go right through the skin, and it just begins to start sucking the blood from you. Basha, 2 are coming at you.
No.
The first one is a 16 to hit.
Oh yes, it hits.
Okay. It attaches itself to your shoulder, and you take 6 piercing damage.
Ow. Jeez, no, that's not great.
The next one, coming at you, misses with a 7.
Ooh.
It actually does seem to like strike true, but your mage armor, you see a flash of this like purplish light just as it seems to have struck your mage armor in such a way that it could not penetrate through.
So I picture like as I'm screaming because the other one got me, I'm like, oh, okay, at least it's sort of better, and I'm like pushing it away physically too with my hands, like, get off, go away, go away, go away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Alrighty. So those were those two. Gorple, one is coming at you, and the other is going for Teague.
She had a ready action for when the thing flew in range.
Okay, so make an attack on the one coming at Teague right now.
AC 10, so he snaps at it.
Okay, yeah, he snaps at it. It just kind of dodges out of the way and goes in for its attack. That is a 17 to hit.
Big hit, big hit.
Okay. It attaches itself to Teague's neck, and you just watch, and as Teague goes, as it just the proboscis just goes right through like a knife through butter into his neck for 7 piercing damage. And then the one coming at you, Gorple, will hit for 15. Which hits. It does go into... the proboscis goes right into your skin for 7 piercing damage. And it will now... it will now take its... it will make its DC Constitution check.
That's a 12 before the stern starts tripping balls.
Yeah. And that's going to be an 11.
He is under the poison condition for a minute.
Okay. Does he
Night of that bug's life.
doesn't he take damage as well?
Only when I apply it as a topical to my weapons.
Gotcha. Okay, so he's poisoned for the next minute, which means he has disadvantage on pretty much everything. All right. Back to the top of the round. Is now Bocek. Bocek, you have one of these creatures just attached to your chest while another one is harrying you while you are still laying on the ground.
So, I would like to make my first melee attack on the one that is on my chest in the form of essentially Bocek doing the worm on the ground.
Okay, for flavor, yeah, I'll accept that. All right, roll for attack.
It's only a 10.
You are twisting and turning in the most interesting ways. However, none of those ways do anything to remove this thing from your chest. Seems like a very hardy little creature.
I will flurry of blows to attack again. I am going to stand up and using half my action, and then immediately chest flop back on the ground to try to smush it.
All right, I'll allow that. Yeah, go for it. So roll. Yeah. So flurry of blows. Your first hit.
Only an 8.
So you immediately get up for half your movement and go, ah! And you go to belly flop, and you watch as the creature removes itself from your chest, moves up your arm, and then goes right back into your shoulder. You do no damage to the creature, unfortunately. You have one more attack left.
That's only a 9. As I try to bash my shoulder into a rock or something.
You are flailing in the flailiest way. You are just, it is, if Basha Gwarple weren't being attacked currently, they would think that something seriously wrong was happening to you, that these creatures were doing to you, like controlling your body in ways that don't work. I mean, it's just, it literally looks like someone just kind of like lifted you off the ground, threw you on the ground, just trying to like moving, like this giant invisible hand is just having its way with you, but is not doing anything to this small creature attached to you.
Maybe it hit a nerve. I don't know.
Some terrible reaction. So unfortunately, yeah, Bocek, that is, even with this, you kind of get up and you just like, ugh, it's just still attached to your shoulder at this point, just not really moving. Alrighty. So you have some movement if you still want to take it.
No, he's just gonna keep flailing on the floor.
Okay, all right. So you're all right. So you're back on the ground prone. We'll just leave it there. Basha, it is now your turn.
Great. So I'm going to attempt. I hate wasting spells on these things. I'm gonna cast a first level witch bolt. I know it's at disadvantage because it's right on me, but I'm gonna try. Like, I'm just gonna put my hand on it and try to like cast through it while it's on me with the book in the other hand, like awkwardly around it.
Okay.
And see how it goes. Let's see if it works. I really hope it does. Fail me now, D&D Beyond. I hate you sometimes. Okay. Yeah, that's an 11, so it probably misses.
Yeah, so it is unfortunate. Yeah, unfortunately, you're trying to grab it at the same time you're being harried by the other one that's just flying in your face, and you're just kind of thrown off. And where you thought it was momentarily, you watch as it just kind of like pulls its wings in a little tighter, and you just completely missed. And you watch as this black, purplish energy just shoots from your hands into the dirt next to the fire, just kind of explosion of small dirt and rocks.
All right. Yeah, that's all I can do. I've totally forgot that I have shield on my staff, though. I should have shielded that first attack, but I'm gonna say I forgot. I forgot in the heat of the moment, so it's fine.
Yeah, no, for next time. No worries. Alrighty. Okay. You can move if you like, or you can stay where you're at. It's up to you.
Great. I'll stumble closer to my friends while this thing is on me, but I will stumble closer to my friends. Be like, a little help, please.
Okay. Well, yeah, you're kind of you're all you, Bocek and Gorple are pretty much within 5 feet of each other, so like 5 to 10 feet. So that's no worries. Drovar went to where the horses were, so he's about 15 feet away from all of you. So, alrighty. Gorple, you're up.
I drop my crossbow and sling a short sword across this one that's attached to me.
Okay. Go for it.
AC 17.
Oh, yeah, that definitely hits.
That'll be 6 damage, and if I need to, poison damage as well.
Okay. Yeah, you actually, I mean, you can feel the vibrations of the proboscis as it's kind of in you. And you just grab your short sword, and as you hack down, you actually cut the head from the body, and the body just, but the head and proboscis are still just kind of stuck in you at the moment.
I should get that looked at. All right. Scratch off that dog off your neck.
Okay, roll for attack.
Again with a 10.
10. Yeah, it's too high up on the neck and his arms are too small. Like he just so is unfortunately unable to kind of get at it.
There are 2 on Basha, right?
Yeah, there are two. One is in her shoulder. The other is flying around her face.
All right, I'm going. I'll do my best.
I'll move over to be another target near Basha, just so that if it decides to, it can bite me.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Next is Drovar. Drovar, at this point, you've realized they're not going towards the horses. They all kind of swarm.
Genius tacticians or nothing. Okay, F that. All right. I'm gonna put, I'm putting the magic axe down and just pulling out the great axes, because we just, we've fought them before. One hit's gonna pop them. I just got to get more attacks. So running up with 2 hand axes, I will head over towards Basha. I will rage.
Okay.
And just start, dual wielding here.
Yep.
Okay, so first one, main hand. That's a 16.
16 does hit.
Okay. 7 points. That's minimum damage.
7. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You just hack right into it again, just slicing it almost like diagonally. So one wing is still on, but the rest of the body is just completely off, and it actually yanks the head and the proboscis out of your shoulder, Basha, and it just just falls wet and dead to the ground, and you still have one just kind of just flying around.
I will take my bonus action and offhand with the left hand and take a swing as well.
All right.
That's a 24.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
Another 7 points, because I don't add my strength bonus to the offhand, but I do add the rage, so that's another 7. So there's just 2 gone.
Oh yeah, 2 gone. The other one just stops flying and is now just a wet mess at your feet, Basha.
Good. I spit on it. I don't know.
Alrighty. So clearly, at this point, you see 1, 2, 4 of them are down. There's still 2 at 2 around Bocek. One on Gorple. Well, actually no, the one on Gorple's dead. The one on Teague. All right. Next is now the Sturge's turn. Sturge on you, Bocek, because it is still attached to you. You immediately lose 4 points due to blood loss, as you feel like it's just sucking your blood through its proboscis. The other one is going to try and attach itself to you as well. The one that's still flying around you. And that is going to be... Well, it's a good thing you're flailing, because the flailing is keeping this other one off of you at this point, because it's not going to hit you with a 7. So it seems like it's ready to just, like, proboscis is ready to just pierce your skin, and you just... And it just kind of flies away. The one on Teague... Teague will immediately take 4 damage due to blood loss, as that one is just sucking its blood.
He does that like droopy woozy thing, as he's definitely bloodied.
Yep. All right. And that's their turn. Bocek, it is now your turn. What would you like to do, Bocek?
More breakdancing, trying to kill it. This time it's a 23.
That hits. That hits, thankfully.
That's 9 damage on that one.
Okay, yeah. This time you're just like, okay, the worm didn't work. What do I do now? And he's like, oh, I'm just gonna spin. And you start spinning and you hit the rock right next to you. Your arm goes a little numb, but thankfully the Sturge took the brunt of the hit and just exploded all over your shoulder and the rock. The proboscis did go a little deeper in, but you're able to kind of like look down and just kind of yank it out, pull it out. So yeah, you get that one. You still have the one still trying to fly around you and get on you.
I would like to bounce off the rock and continue spinning for a 14 to hit.
That is its AC, so you absolutely do hit it.
And that's another 9 damage with my second hit as I crash into it.
Yeah, you watch Bocek's legs just start to swing underneath him as he begins his backspin, and as he does, he just catches. You hear the neck break of this Sturge as his foot just catches the head. Cannot take the brunt of this giant man's foot at all coming at him at such speeds, and it falls to the ground dead. Currently, there is only one left, and that is the one on Teague. But Bocek, you are Sturge free at the moment. All right. Anything else you want to do before your turn ends? You're still prone. You can still get up if you want.
Nah, he's dizzy from all that spinning.
Okay, fair enough. Basha, it's your turn.
Yay! How many are left?
Just the one that is attached to Teague currently.
I'm not gonna waste a first level on it. I'm going to firebolt it if I can from here and attempt to kill it.
Okay, go for it.
Be like, no, Jan, let's get it. Then I will just shoot it. Oh, 22. So I'm assuming that hits.
That definitely hits. Yes.
It will take. So that was crappy. Great, 1 fire damage.
One. Okay.
One. Beyond.
Yeah, the firebolt hits it, and you watch like it's got its proboscis and its head deep in his neck, and it's kind of got its wings kind of like wrapped around the sides of his neck, kind of hold on. And as the firebolt hits it, it looks like you probably hit it in its spine because the wings just go limp. But you can still see it's like trying to flop around and continue to suck the blood out of Teague's neck.
I'm gonna start, I guess, walking closer. Like Basha's like so determined, like she will just yank this off of him if she has to. So like I'm just gonna start like walking like I'm gonna do that, but obviously I can't. So
yeah. All right, no problem. All right, so next up is Warple.
I just say, stay perfectly still, and I fucking do a fucking sweet flip while drawing my other short sword, and I will take 2 attacks on that stir.
Go for it.
That's a natural 1 for the first attack.
Did you just decapitate your mount?
I need you to roll damage. Yeah. I need you to roll damage.
That will be 7.
Okay.
or get Basha somehow.
right.
Oh no.
Although Teague does listen to you and stays absolutely still, you actually like slide on some wet something like wet leaves that you were not accounting for when you began to flip, and you were slightly off, and Teague takes 7 damage from your short sword.
Also needs to make a con save.
Yeah.
All right. It's good he didn't take that poison because he
Okay.
died.
All right, fair enough. All right. But yeah, unfortunately, you hit Teague.
I feel bad, but I take my second attack in this motion.
Go for it.
That's an AC 22. I'm going to do my favorite enemy on it.
Okay. At this point, you don't even have to roll damage. It has 1 hit point. You easily, at this point, like, readjusting from actually hitting Teague and seeing exactly what happened, this one is now a surgical strike. And you just slice it right off. The proboscis comes out of Teague's neck, and it is now dead. And you all kind of, like, look around very quickly. You don't see any more. It looks safe for the moment. And we are out of initiative.
If there's anything left of that one's body on the ground, Basha's gonna like football punt it off into the woods.
Oh yeah.
I over to Teague and I'm like, listen, buddy, I'm sorry. I slipped. But I think you earned your rest. You fought a dragon. You can eat these things because these people are gonna waste them. And then I think I'm gonna send you home for a little bit.
And you watch as Teague actually tears up one of them, but doesn't eat it. It just tears it up, and he just kind of he kind of does the dog thing where he actually tries to cover it up with some leaves and some dirt with his back paws, and it just kind of like looks at you. But
don't worry, you did good. It's just I need a scout for later, and you'll be back. Don't worry. But I need one of our other friends. But you'll be back. I like you the most for now.
These look different than the other ones.
Do they?
Different color.
They're
bigger.
They're a little nastier. They are like that reddish maroon color. There's these very coarse tufts of hair and fur just sprouting from different parts on their body.
I hate these.
Yeah.
Like so much.
I'm gonna examine the one of the more intact ones.
Okay.
Are there any like brands, like they were bred like pigeons?
Make an investigation check for me. Actually, no. This would be medicine. I'm sorry, nature.
Well, I would have rolled nature, but I still got natural 1 for a 4. I don't know.
No, you don't see anything, and their body is like the skin itself is very like coarse. It feels slick when you actually move your hand over it, one way, but the minute you start rolling your hand back the other way, it's very prickly and coarse, like almost like scales, if you will, but just not fully formed. But they just seem bigger and nastier than the other ones that you encountered.
I think my thoughts. I'm like, that's weird.
DM, do I think maybe this could be some kind of like an experiment or something? Could I roll Arcana to see if I think this is like some sort of magic thing, or if this is just like another creature? Like, I have no idea.
Are you proficient in nature?
No, but Arcana I am, but not nature.
No, this would be definitely a nature roll. So if you wanted to, you can, but it would be a disadvantage.
That's okay. I don't think. I think she just looks at them and is like, I have no idea what they are, but I hate them and I don't want to look at them anymore.
Yeah.
No.
So you begin to kind of throw them into the fire, kind of burn them off. They give out this very oily black smoke until most of the meat and fat on these creatures have just kind of burned away. It's not a pleasant smell, but after some time it does, subside. But you can continue your evening's rest and watch.
Yeah, it's my turn, so the rest of you rest up for a bit.
Anyone need healing before I go to sleep?
I'll just sleep.
All right, I whisper, the name of Vitality to my good friend, and let's see what happens. Heal 8.
All right.
Back to full.
All right. So Bocek feeling
And before I go to sleep, 20 good berry.
It's gross.
Pass out 5 to everyone, and then I go to bed.
Okay. So you all start to bed down. Bocek, you feel definitely better. Disgusted, but better. Basha, you as well. You being the first one to hear these, it takes you a little time to actually find sleep. Specifically because you are trying to now actively listen for any more of these creatures.
I'm finally like almost asleep, and I'm like, oh no, there's not. Okay, oh, it's fine. Just, like, almost like him in the trees, but me in the humming now.
Right. And yeah, Gorple, you kind of make your way back into your tub.
I will send T to go hunt for his last night because I'm going to summon someone else tomorrow morning.
Okay.
So I'll let him go wander off into the woods, and then I imagine by dawn he will fade back into his form, and I will be summoning something else.
Okay, easy enough. As you tell him this, he's just like, "Meh." And then you just watch him as he just very quietly just right into the trees. And Drovar, it is now your watch. Please make a perception check for me.
Okay.
Two.
I'm staring at those trees. Just
Those trees were collaborating, man.
they were. Should cut one down to show an example to the others. Thinking about it. He just broods for the
Yeah.
as good old stubborn dwarf brooding face, and he just waits.
So, like, I just picture you sitting there with a pipe, like angrily staring at the trees. I don't know if you smoke a pipe, but that's what I picture.
No, he doesn't. Maybe it'd be a good one, but he does not have a pipe. No, he's just sitting there. The fire's crackling, and he's just muttering over and over. It's like, the old hammer created you to feed our forges. I should just get on with it.
So, and thankfully, there's no more collaboration between the trees and the sturges during your watch.
They learned.
Yeah, you get the impression that these trees are they're picking up what you're throwing down. You're not one to be trifled with. So
I will wake up Bocek for his watch. It's like, all right, your turn, lad.
all right.
I think the trees have learned to keep their distance from us, but you keep watching them.
Oh, okay.
It's bed down.
All right. Bocek, is now your watch. Please make a perception check for me.
11.
11. Because Drovar was very specific, you spend the evening watching this specific group of trees. These trees, they're pretty nice looking trees. Like they're starting to flower a little bit. Nice trees. And you start making up names for them, over the course of the evening. You start picturing them like, oh, if they went to a fancy party, that one, he would probably ask that one to dance. And you just start making up these elaborate stories about this specific group of trees that Drovar wanted you to watch. But as you begin to see the sun begin to rise, you respectfully excuse yourself from the trees to go make the rest of your party breakfast. And thankfully, over the course of the evening, nothing happens to your party, to yourself, other than these amazing stories that you have created in your mind about these trees and their tree party. And the rest of you begin to wake. All of you have had your full rest. All your spell slots have returned. You're back at full hit points. And any other skills that require you to take a long rest. The rest of you wake to the sound of Bocek cooking breakfast for all of you, and you begin to make your way for the rest of your journey to Cragmaw Castle.
All right. Those trees give you any trouble?
No, but Bark Darcy unfortunately abandoned Caroline Apricot before the fancy tree ball.
What? I must still be waking up. I'm sorry.
Right.
Very heartbreaking. Bocek cry. Live for drama, though. Watch again next time.
Did you name those trees?
Yes and no. Names come to Bocek like sounds on wind.
I understand that.
Don't-
That makes a lot of sense.
I also
Don't name them. Don't.
I also remember got Gorple bathwater on me when we fighting Sturges.
Okay, makes more sense. Yeah, you don't want to name the trees. It's just going to be harder when they have to put them down. All right.
Oh, I'm using Darcy bark branches for fire right now.
Oh well, hey, all right. I'll go and get some more.
Serves him right for standing up Caroline Apricot. That's what he gets.
Exactly. You don't stand up, pretty tree like that.
That is a nice apricot.
All right. I will collect a few branches for tomorrow for this upcoming campfire from these trees because they had it coming.
Yeah.
And just chop a couple of down. It's like seeing the trees they're talking about. It's all right. This guy, this Darcy guy, I got him. It's like, which one's Caroline? Take a couple branches off of her too. It's like just, it's like, all right, got him.
It's a little early to prune apricot. All right.
That's all right. Yeah, we're taking him with us. I guess we can hear more of the story before we burn him for firewood tonight. Right, let's be off. Hey, here we go.
So when we kind of wake up in the morning, Gorp will kind of sit with his crystal and like go into that very trance, almost dead-like state. You guys notice that packed up nicely in the back of the cart is Teague's like saddle and all his saddlebags, as I would have let him go free so he could like actually hunt properly. And then I'll kind of go deep within, back to Chult, back to the homeland.
Okay. So once again, as Gorple, as you go into and begin to focus on the gem, the rest of you do see Gorple's eyes become cloudy. And as this happens, he goes stock still, just does not move. And it's disconcerting every time. It hasn't happened. It's only happened twice for some of you. Some of you, this is I think, yeah, twice for most of you. But Gorple, again, you feel yourself being pulled almost imperceptibly fast. And as you do, your eyes become clear, and you once again are standing in this forest. You can feel the warmth and the humidity. It's comforting.
Kind of look in the distance and see a wandering familiar spirit who has returned home once more. And I kind of do like a nod and thank for the great hunt and his first outing. But the other creatures need to prove their strength. And so, kind of like a falconer, I will raise my arm to the sky and let out a shrill whistle, calling forth my female Dimetrodon, Knack.
Okay. As you let out the shrill whistle, you can see what once the sky was thick with these spirits. You now only see 3. One obviously being Teague, but as you let out this shrill whistle, of the other 2 that seem to just be kind of lazily moving through the sky around you, one of them breaks off and rockets towards you. And as it does, you watch as its blue shape starts to take form. And just as it reaches your arm, you feel the claws just latch onto your arm. Its large leathery wings just, and again you realize how large it is, your size, but it seems imperceptibly light on your arm. Its long beak just kind of looking at you. The eyes on both sides of its face, just one of them just kind of staring down at you, kind of waiting for your instructions.
I will gently stroke, its crest along its head. And as I do that, orange runes of my people will begin to shimmer around it. We hunt over the next few days, and I need your eyes. And I will kind of like pull her with me back.
Okay. All of you are kind of like watching, kind of waiting for Gwarple, and you watch as the eyes uncloud, and underneath his neck, you just as he begins to breathe in, and then you watch as almost like water being thrown from a pail. You watch as this energy shoots out from the gem, lands on the ground, and as it lands on the ground, dust gets kicked up, dust and rocks and dirt, and then immediately as it settles, there is now this basically Gwarple-sized, it's similar to a pterodactyl. And begins to and just kind of raise off the ground with its wings, and it's just kind of looking at all of you.
That's neat. Now, so we had dog lizard. Now it's raven lizard. I like it. I like this one better.
Oh no, this would eat a raven and tear it to shreds.
I'm not going to pet it now. I was going to, and now I don't want to anymore.
Your better analogy would be it's more like an eagle or a turkey vulture. The most deadly of raptors.
Okay, I like turkey vultures. They're kind of fun. They look weird, All right,
but
I like
this is Knack, and she has expert sight and the ability to fly. So, as I said, at least one of our half-baked plans, she can see at night, and she can fly pretty fast. Faster than any of us can travel on horse.
Oh, that sounds
Nice.
good. All right.
All right, and female, good for you. Females breaking into world and making big difference. I approve, I say to Knack.
I mean, lizards, they really kind of change for what's necessary.
Was that good or bad? Did it like it? I don't know what it said.
I mean, she can perfectly understand you. I think it's your job to interpret it.
Okay, all right, good. To you too.
It's just you can and it's very eerie because the eyes are kind of on the sides of its head rather than in front. So it's watching Basha and Drovar on one side and Gwarple and Bocek on the other, the eyes moving independently of each other, as it just kind of like hovers in the air.
Neat.
I kind of like give it the signal for circle, but take it easy. We have traveling to do.
And it just flies up into the air.
She's my favorite. Now, I will say, given enough time, since this is my first night with her, I know how to use a hunting horn for signals.
Mm-hmm.
So if we were to want to send her to scout ahead, I could set up some signals she could identify from a distance. Yes, people would hear the horn blow, but they may not be able to identify the pattern. It's just a tactic we used to use when we were in Chult.
Sure. Start working with her for, whatever you can. If she knows it, then we can use it if we want to. So, yeah, worth a try. And I guess you're riding in the cart now because you left your steed wherever it went.
Oh, he went back home. Yeah, we have enough room in the cart, so I kind of figured.
All right, let's start off.
All right. So you begin making your way, continuing your trip towards Cragmaw Castle. You, about midday during your trip, you start to look at the map and realize that at some point, this is actually the point where you have to actually leave the high road to begin making your way into the wooded area where Cragmaw Castle is marked on your map. The road is there is no road, and so this will be, considering that you are traveling by cart, considered difficult terrain, and it does slow you down slightly.
All right. So how far away do we think the castle is from here?
All right, so let's take a look at the map. All right, so at this point in time, you're right around here. And so you have another maybe 10 miles based on where Rydolph actually marked the map to actually get to the location of Cragmaw Castle.
Right. Okay, difficult terrain. Well, I think, we'll start in, I guess, and start looking for a place where we can, probably stash the cart and the horses, not right away, but we're not going to try to take the cart, too deeply in and then it gets stuck or something, whatever.
Okay.
When we get to some terrain that wheels just can't handle. But we'll start, heading in that direction. But if we're getting into difficult terrain, this is probably the time to start looking more, actively for any signs of patrols of, goblinoid activity and that sort of thing.
All right. Based on, let's see. I will say based on your travel currently, you feel like you'll probably make it there by nightfall, at least in the location. So as you turn off the road and begin making the travel, I need someone to make a survival check. As you make your way towards the actual location of the castle.
Okay. I have proficiency in that as well, so I'm happy to either assist or aid or whatever.
I'm pretty good at it. It's up to you.
Well, one of you can give him advantage by helping him. So.
Sure. Excellent work, Drovar. Natural 20 for 24.
All right. So yeah, as you all begin to travel off the road, and clearly, at first you thought the reinforced wheels with the steel was mainly for Bocek, and possibly his weight. But now you begin to realize, no, this cart was made for off-road travel, so that the wheels would not be destroyed by rough terrain. And it's starting to now come into focus. A retired warhorse, a cart made for this specific type of travel. Seems like there was some anticipation in your needs.
I don't like that. I don't like that. Well, how do they know? How do they know? I'm saying this as I noticed. I don't know about this. Yeah, but they knew ahead of time. This is like some divination.
Use the trees.
Crystal ball, the real thing. I just look up at the sky.
Yeah, maybe my mentor wasn't lying about crystal ball. Now I'm confused.
So as you actually do begin to approach, because of that roll, you actually get there a few hours earlier than nightfall. And at this point in time, it is now the wooded area that you're in. It is getting pretty thick, and you're at a point where you feel like you're close to the location. But this is probably going to be a good place for you to either stop and rest, or possibly this is where you're going to keep your horses, and this is probably the area at this point.
All right, why don't we get the horses secluded, set up a little place for us to pull back to and camp out if we need to. And then while we're setting that up, maybe Gorple, you and your Sky Eyes can take a little look around, see if we get any sense of, patrols or
Yeah,
other activity than us with
I'll
2
help-
feet.
I'm gonna help you camouflage our camp and our horses, and I'll send Knack just to scout eye in the sky and see if they can get a location or even numbers, and then come back. I'll tell her how. Do I have an idea of how far I think we are from this place?
Based on the map and where you are, make a survival check for me.
11.
11. Maybe an hour or two. You're gonna probably have to search for it, obviously, but you feel like you're pretty close.
All right. Well, in that case, I'll be like, Knack, I need you to fly up, look for any goblinoid patrols. You're looking for a castle. If you see a castle, get eyes on its location and try to get as many numbers as you can see without being seen. And then come back to us.
And right into the air. And as she does that, every time she does vocalize, you do watch it, just birds begin to scatter in the air. And thankfully, because she is what she is, she does keep track of every single animal that flies out of the tree line. And you get the impression that this is also a hunting technique for her to flush out prey. But she almost silently just flies into the air and begins to make her way in the location that you asked her to. So, let's see.
Her speed is 60 flying. Her passive perception is 12. Any skill check you want to roll, if you want to roll privately, all of her skills are at +4.
Right.
Just period.
Yeah.
Whatever
So I need you to roll for her a. This is going to be a perception check for me.
Dirty 20.
Dirty
AFK,
20.
1 second.
Yep. All right. So you begin to kind of make your camp. At the same time, Gorple, you are assisting everybody and just kind of like trying to, cover everything. The cart, trying to keep the horses in a pretty secure location where they are not readily visible. And this takes some time. It takes about 45 minutes to an hour. After this hour, you watch as all of a sudden Knack comes swooping down, and she just kind of lands on the side of the cart and just kind of clamping down and just kind of looking at you.
I'll grab the hunter's pendant, and I will cast Speak with Animals to speak her true tongue. All right, let me know what my prey look like,
right.
And what.
There are 3 red-skinned individuals. 1 massive. 1 not red-skinned. Patrol. Hunting.
Direction and how far?
She kind of points her beak in a mostly eastern location, about 20 strides from here. Very close, very close. Be quiet, be quiet.
Is the castle also in that direction, or did you not make it there?
Did not see castle.
All right, get into a hiding position for the hunt and be quiet. And then I will relay this message as quickly as possible to the group to be like, let's set an ambush.
Okay.
You watch as she just releases the cart. The cart gives slightly as she does, and she just rises into a tree and kind of almost disappears into the tree and kind of nestles in.
I'll repeat this for Drovar.
What? Huh?
There's a patrol heading our way. They're probably, judging by her flight, assuming she's not going fast, real far. Like 300 or 400 feet away.
Yeah, you would exactly.
I did quick math. I was like, yeah. I think we should set an ambush. They got a large one with them, 3 red ones, and then one that's not any of those. I don't know exactly what that means because I've not dealt with a lot of goblinoids.
I have dealt with various kinds of goblinoids. So red ones. So it's like what, 4 or 5 of them total. 3 red,
ones, 1 big,
and one bigger one, and then one that is something else.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So red. Any ideas? Like, what would I be able to roll? Like,
well, you wouldn't have to roll for this. I mean, you've already dealt with a hobgoblin.
Okay. Yes. It's probably 3. It's probably 3 hobs. A big one, bugbear maybe. Could be an orc, or maybe the other one. I don't know. So 5 total. Yeah, an ambush sounds like the right idea.
They're about 300, 400 feet away, so I think we should make a little distance from our camp, and then or leave like Bocek or you inside the camp making a lot of noise, like you're clanking like pots and pans, and then the rest of us hide in ambush positions.
Oh, well, maybe if you're maybe Bocek, if you're cooking and getting ready to brew some beer and they come in, it's like, what's all this? And you're like, I am beer maker, I sell beer. We milk that for a second to see if we can talk to, if you get their attention, and then we can come in. As for which one to keep alive, bugbears are physically the toughest one. Let's try to grab one of the hobgoblins maybe.
I'm gonna untie Hank from the tree. We'll speak with animals up. I go, Hank, we got some goblinoids incoming if you want to fight.
Nah. Thanks.
No problem. And then I'll hop into a tree and hide.
Yeah. He actually, as you untie, he just stays there, but just kind of like looks around, kind of like nods to you, and then just kind of stays there. So
okay.
what exactly is the plan? So Gorple and Drovar are hiding, or is Bocek and Drovar the distraction? Like.
Well, I think it's just me.
Yeah, I think it's they might get like come in a little closer if they think there's only one crazy guy brewing beer. I'm gonna get as depending on the terrain, what we have available, just kind of hunker down, dig myself down under leaves and everything, and just be like a pair of eyes.
Yeah.
Wait, ready to spring out with the axe. And
he drew first blood, not him.
Yeah.
I'm also gonna hide too, so I'll roll for stealth if I need to do that. I want to go invisible, but I'm afraid I'm going to waste it. No, you know what? I'll go invisible. I'm going to pull out the amulet of Soon and whisper to it and just disappear. And I'm going to like go hide. I'm still going to hide though, because I don't know if they can see invisibility. I don't know who's coming. So
okay.
I will suggest to the group circle around, especially if you're invisible, so that we can kind of surround them.
And let them go past us, and then we'll be behind. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll hop in like a tree that's like 20-ish feet away from Knack, so that him and I can be like ready to like spring the ambush.
Okay.
Well, and all that former rogue training, guys.
Yeah.
I'm like...
All right. So, easy enough. I mean, the area that you're in is heavily wooded. The trees, there is an immense canopy with just various openings here and there of the canopy. There are various bushes, and you can easily hide yourselves within them. So Bocek, you are going to be kind of out front and center in this camp that you've all made.
Yes, cooking whatever the most pungent thing I can find in my rations is, like some kind of fatty meat.
Sure. Yeah, that's not a problem. So Basha, Gorpal, and Drovar, I need you to roll me stealth checks. But Drovar, I need you to roll me a stealth check at disadvantage because you are hiding in the woods, and the woods making you so nervous right now.
Fair enough. It's like, oh, I could get close to this tree and get cover. It's like, no, not that one. No. Oh yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Makes absolute sense.
All right. So Basha, what'd you get? Basha, you get advantage because you're invisible.
Wait, then let me re-roll that because I rolled shit. Also, I'm gonna re-roll my second one, digital dice, because I don't trust my physical dice tonight. Actually, they're the ones that are trying to screw me over. Sorry. Yeah, that's way better. That's a 19.
19. Okay.
Good, because I only had an 8 on the other one, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna die.
Gorpal, what'd you get?
19 for me. Knack got 14.
14. Okay, great. Drovar, what'd you get?
9.
9. Okay. All right, that's not bad. Okay, so all right. All right, so you begin hiding. You take your preparations. Bocek, you begin cooking the meal, and the smoke and smell that's coming off is just it is there. There's no way that someone in the area is going to miss, if not the smoke, the smell. And you probably took, because you were still a little curious about these forbidden avocados. So you probably did pull at least one of the first sturges that you found, and it's kind of been in your pack, and you begin kind of cooking that. And again, the smell is something. It is not delicious by any means. It seems like rotted meat that is fermenting, and then someone is cooking it now. So it's kind of enhancing that smell. But it's also giving off a black smoke, similar to the bodies of the sturges that you burned the previous evening. So you're kind of all waiting in your various areas. The first 10 minutes go by. 20 minutes go by. Drovar, you feel
stay here. They're on the trees are onto me. I gotta move.
And you're like shifting. You're starting to kind of shift in the area. It's really difficult for you to stay in one place. 30 minutes go by. About the 40-minute mark, you all begin to hear and you now can hear what sounds like trees or branches breaking. You can hear voices, just like very low, bassy voices. But you can absolutely hear and it stops maybe 30 feet, 20 or 30 feet from where you all are. Bocek, you begin to hear in Goblinoid. Who goes there?
I respond in Goblinoid. Hello, I am Bocek. I sell beer.
You watch as 3 individuals from 3 different positions make themselves known and kind of walk through the trees. They are roughly between 5, 10, and 6 feet tall. They're all wearing some form of chainmail armor and have very, very red skin and pointed ears. Their hair, which is jet black, Two of them have them kind of pulled back into these long ponytails. One of them has a mohawk, and the rest of his head is shaved. They have long swords. Two of them have long swords on their belts. Those, they have what look like bows, kind of already knocked with arrows, but not pointing at you. They're just like held at the ready. The one with the mohawk has his long sword out. And in Goblinoid, they continue. What are you doing here?
I sell beer. I heard there was a castle.
Make a deception check for me.
Not 20, I can feel it. It's just like the dragon, man. Just like the dragon. Two.
The one with the long sword who's been talking to you just kind of raises an eyebrow. Well, yeah. And it continues in Goblinoid. There is absolutely a castle. You should come visit it. In fact, I insist.
Okay.
Og! And as he says this, you watch as a tree this large hand just wraps around this tree trunk and just yanks it down and breaks it and pulls it. And you see this massive 12-foot tall humanoid, dirty brown skin, massive scars and cuts, two tusks just kind of like slightly protruding from his bottom lip. Kind of looks down, goes, we've got a guest for the castle.
Is it an ogre or a giant?
You would know this, Bocek, considering your history. This is an ogre. And the in common now, the goblinoid, and you know the others, they are hobgoblins. And kind of says, this one needs escorting back to the castle. That's where we're headed now.
Question.
What?
Before we go, and I look at the ogre, won the wrestle, and I rage.
Okay. All right, so that's where we're going to actually take our break. When we come,
Good break.
When we come back, we will see how this plays out. Yeah, interesting. So they don't seem to have noticed you. So we'll see how that plays out as well. And
may we ask, because Knack and Sid said that there was another being. Was there any chance that we saw the other one? Because he said 3 red screen and 1 really big one, and then 1 that was small.
No. That I don't know if she said 3 red skin, 1 larger knot.
Okay, got it. Now I understand.
Yeah. So you haven't seen anything else, but yeah. So we'll come back after our break, and we'll see how this plays out. So we'll be right back. All right, everybody. We are back. So, here we are. We are trying to figure out, essentially, what is the next move as 3 hobgoblins made their way into your camp. Successfully, Bocek distracting them. They don't seem to notice anyone else's presence. And as before we left for break, Bocek asked the ogre if he would like to wrestle and went into a rage. So what I'd like to do first is I would like for everybody to roll initiative, please. Because this is going to take some interesting turns. Alrighty. So, Gwarple, what did you get?
As the perfect hunter, I wait in stealth with my 4.
Alrighty. Drovar.
I am not a perfect hunter. However, to get away from the trees, I have somewhat buried myself in those rocks. It will take me a moment to get out, so I have a 5.
Okay.
Come on, I'm ready. I get this.
All right, Basha.
As former rogue, she has cleverly placed herself into the trees somewhere behind the hobgoblin, but she is distracted by this muscled, mohawked man. She's like, wonder if I can convince him to join us. So that's a 6 from me.
Gotcha. Bocek, how about you?
Bocek's just standing there going, want to wrestle, want to wrestle, want to wrestle, want to with his 11.
11, okay. Alrighty. So, first up is the hobgoblins. As you kind of go into a rage, Bocek, and go, wanna wrestle? The two hobgoblins who have their bows at the ready look to the one with the mohawk. And he kind of looks at you and then looks at the ogre. And he kind of raises his hand and just kind of like tells them to calm down. He's like, well, let's see how this plays out. And he kind of smirks. And that's going to be their turn. Next up is your turn, Bocek. What do you do?
I tackle the ogre and wrestle him.
Okay, so you run up to him. Easy enough. So you're going to make a grapple check, right? You're trying to restrain him, or are you actually trying to do damage to him? Well, what's the plan here?
I think I am actually just trying to pin him right now.
Okay, so this is going to be a grapple then. All right. So this should be interesting.
Do I roll just an attack or athletics for that?
I'm going to double checking now because of his size. I just want to just double check real quick. Okay, so yeah, you're gonna make a melee attack, and we'll see if you actually grapple him, and then from there, it will be contested. When it gets to his turn.
That's only an 11.
Okay. That is his AC. So, so you somehow, like, you run up on him, and the ogre's just kind of looking down at you, confused. And it's like, and you run up on him, and as you do, you grab his arm and kind of twist it slightly and yank. And as you do, you just watch as, very shocked and surprised, you go, and he just kind of like slightly goes down, and you clearly have his arm grappled and twisted in such a way that he seems completely confused and thrown off. Now that it is his turn, he doesn't like this. And he's like, and he's going to try and break the grapple. So you can make an athletics or acrobatics check.
I'll take athletics, and since I'm raging, it's at advantage.
Okay. So he's going to, let's see. So that's going to be, yeah, that's going to be straight up that. So. All right, so he rolls a 16.
20.
Yeah, he's like, and he's trying to break out of your grapple, and you're just twisting and pulling more, and he's like, and as this is happening, the hobgoblins look very, very confused, as clearly this half giant person, who's, you know, you are a foot or two taller than they are, but definitely shorter than the ogre, has him just kind of like in a way where he's like, because every time he tries to reach over, you just twist just a little harder, and he just stops reaching for you, and it's just like a martial arts, you know, kind of grapple.
In Goblin, I look at the hobgoblins. Do none of you have like bigger ogres?
They're just now looking at you. The smirk that the Mohawk goblin, hobgoblin had is completely gone now, as they're now just staring at you intently. All right. That was the ogre's turn. Basha, is your turn. What would you like to do?
Oh, part of me's like she wants to wait to see what they're gonna do, but no, she's just gonna take a sneak attack. Asha is going to creep forward and then realize Drovar is there and be like, "Oh, hey, Drovar," but not say anything. Actually, she doesn't even need to creep forward. She's just gonna kind of snipe from under the trees the unfortunately very handsome hobgoblin with. Okay. I mean, she's gonna become visible anyway, so yeah, she's gonna do a firebolt just to kind of test. So she's gonna like sit there and like mutter over the spellbook. As she casts it, of course, she goes visible.
Right.
See if I hit, but she's going to shout, "Hey, big boy! No, the other one!" And then just cast. 21 to hit.
21 does hit.
Cool. He takes 7 fire damage.
All right. So yeah. So the first thing that happens is you become very visible. And he takes 7 fire damage. And it hits him in the back, and he's just like, ah! And he swings around, and what you couldn't see because the actual tree was blocking some of it, as he spins around, longsword in hand, shield up in front of him. He turns and he immediately sees you. And he goes, "All right, so that's how it's gonna be. Good." And you definitely have his attention.
That's what I always aim to do. It's fine.
All right, so now that we're doing this, let's get that good old fight music going. And now we come to, let's see. It is now your turn, Drovar.
All right. The only speech he's understood so far was Basha saying, you know, "Hey, big boy," no, the other one. Otherwise, they've been yelling at each other all in Goblin. So he bursts out of the rocks that he's buried over himself, and you know, it's like, ah! And yells, you know, as he charges forward towards that big guy, he yells the only thing in Goblin he knows: "May you love your goat long time."
Yeah. An additionally confused look on all of the hobgoblins' faces as you yell this, running at their what seems to be their de facto leader.
Yeah. All right, so he's got Hugh in his hands, and he is raging. I'm going reckless because I just, we're gonna take this guy down because he looks like the one giving the orders. All right, here we go. Whew, a 24.
24 does hit.
Okay. 8. Minimum damage.
8 damage. All right. As you come running out of, he's got his attention focused completely on Basha, and then as you burst forth from the rocks, screaming your goblin war cry, as it were. Confused, he's just like looking. He sees you now. Just looking around to see if there's anything else that's going to come running at him. And as you run at him, he doesn't get his shield up in time, and you just bury your axe right into his chest. And he just looks down with his eyes wide, shocked. And as you yank it out, the blood just kind of starts gouting out. He's like, and just falls at your feet, no longer moving.
It's a shame when they go down like that. It's unfortunate, but it happens.
Yeah, but you love to watch him walk away, don't you? As I turn towards these other guys.
All right. So, Bocek, I'm just going to move you over here because you cannot occupy the same spot as another creature. So, just going to put you right there if that's all right. Okay, so that's you still have some movement if you want to use it.
Let's see. So 1, 2, 3. I'll go here next to the other side of the ogre.
Okay, easy enough. Alrighty. So that's your turn. Now all hell is breaking loose. As the two other hobgoblins are now just raising their bows, preparing to get their shots off when it's their turn. Gorple, it's now your turn.
Am I hidden from this hobgoblin to the left of me?
They don't seem to have noticed you. Their attention seems to be now fully focused on Drovar and Basha. And
I will attempt to shoot a crossbow bolt through this man's throat.
Okay, go for it.
Do I get advantage for hiding?
You do.
AC 23.
That absolutely hits.
And this hobgoblin didn't realize that he is my favorite foe.
That's in.
So far 11. I just gotta find my favorite foe.
Okay. You said 11 damage? Okay.
Yes, and he's gonna have to make a con save if he survives.
Okay. No con save is necessary because you successfully shoot him through the throat. And just blood is just gouting now from as your crossbow bolt is now protruding from the front. Blood is just pouring out. It just falls forward on the ground. No longer moving.
We should probably take the last one alive.
Save the last one!
Save the last one.
As I say that, I go, claw its eyes so it doesn't know where to see. And it runs. And from it hidden, fucking Knack is gonna fucking slam down into this hobgoblin.
Okay. I will say that at this point, with all of the attacks going on, Knack will not get advantage because he's now fully prepared for something to happen. Doesn't know specifically where it might come from, but he's prepared. So just make an attack roll.
AC 17.
Knack comes flying down and begins to kind of claw at, but unfortunately with all the chainmail and armor that he's wearing, she unfortunately does not get any purchase on her attacks.
All right. She has flyby, so she will keep moving.
Okay, not a problem. She does not provoke an attack of opportunity.
And I will hop down toward this guy in case he tries to run.
Okay, not a problem. Alrighty. So let's see. He already has his bow drawn and nocked. And yeah, Gorple, you're far enough away that he can take a shot at you without disadvantage. So he's going to attempt to shoot you with his long bow.
I mean, he's in melee range of Bocek, so that still.
Oh, that's actually true. So yeah, he's already knocked, so he's going to try anyway. So it'll still be at disadvantage. Yeah, that's the 9. He's not going to do anything.
And do I get an attack of opportunity on that, or no?
No, he hasn't moved. So,
okay.
Yeah. So, let's see. But now, he is going to attempt to run. So he is going to go. Let's see. He's going to start moving. And hauling ass. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Bocek, you do get an attack of opportunity.
Only an 11.
11? Yeah.
I'm too busy wrestling this ogre.
Yeah. You're just like, fuck. And you just kind of move, and you just kind of completely miss him as he runs past you. All right. So that is his turn, Bocek. It is now your turn. You still continuing with your grapple?
I would like to whisper in the ogre's ear, in Goblinoid, or yeah, in Goblinoid, because I don't know if the ogre speaks common.
Okay.
If you give up now, I give you all beer and meat you want. You just have to be nice to friends. I go capture your old boss, buddy.
The ogre, still in pain, he's like, he looks at you, goes, what? You don't think he understood anything you said?
I say it again in common.
Okay.
You give up now, I give you free beer and free meat. You just have to be nice to Bocek's friends while Bocek go catch your old buddy.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage because you are currently hurting him. Doesn't seem to, it doesn't seem to be helping your persuading, but you can do it at disadvantage. All right.
5.
He kind of like, and just starts growling at you.
Okay, fuck this guy. He sucks. Drovar, kick his ass. It's cool if I let him go. You got him handled?
All right.
We'll see.
All right, it's now the ogre's turn. He is going to attempt to break your grapple once again. So you can make, again, athletics or acrobatics, your choice. And that's going to be a 16 on his end.
25 on Bocek's as I just push him farther and farther to the ground.
Yeah, he's like, ah! You can hear some cracking in his wrist, in his thick, meaty arms. I mean, but you can just, and he's just, as you are twisting the shit out of his arm.
How is someone so meaty so weak?
And you can see hanging off of his belt this large great club. It looks like a tree trunk that is just kind of like carved with a rounded end. There are some like branches still protruding from it. But it's hanging from his belt. Hasn't pulled it out, he's just trying to break out of this grapple. Alrighty. So that was the unsuccessful ogre's turn. Because I can't roll for shit tonight. All right, that is now going to be Bosch's turn.
No one could hear that excited squeal because the sound was off, and I was like, "Ooh!" Anyway, yeah. So okay, she'll just as soon as she hears him say, "Yeah, he sucks," just get rid of him. I'm gonna be like, "All right, cool," and then I'm just gonna firebolt the ogre in the back of the head. I don't know.
Yeah, you can do that.
I'll do that, or I try to do that.
Come
on.
Let's see.
It misses. It's 9.
Okay, I wanted to check something real quick.
Okay. Wait, that other guy. No, that other guy is. Forgot that other guy was still there because I'm looking at the Twitch map. Wait, can I take? Oh no, I probably can't take that back. Well, it's gonna miss anyway. But I'm just gonna say I was aiming at the guy running because I forgot he was there. But I miss anyway, so it doesn't matter. So. Yeah,
no, I would say
so.
your first. Trying to go after the ogre. That's fine. That's fine. All right, so you miss on the ogre. Do you want to move? You can still move.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to move. Hang on. And these are 10-foot squares or 5-foot squares?
5-foot squares.
Okay. 30. I'm gonna go there. Sorry. Yeah, I'll go there.
Okay.
So that he's still in sight, so I can try and get him next round if I need to.
Not a problem. Alrighty. Okay, next up is Drovar.
Okay, so with Boschek and I, the way we're positioned on him, do I have advantage without going reckless?
Yes, you do.
Okay, then I will not attack recklessly. And take another swing with the tree-hating axe. That is a 24 to hit.
That definitely hits.
Much better. 15 damage.
15. All right. Yeah, as you actually, I mean, again, it's Bocek has him just kind of lean down, and you just hack right into his back, and you can feel even with the big target there that you're cutting through very thick muscle and skin, trying to get through, but you definitely did a chunk of damage there for him.
Just imagining he's a tree.
Alrighty. Let's see. All right. So next up is Warple.
May I ask a janky question from you, DM?
Sure.
Normally, you cannot do subdual damage with a ranged weapon, but if I were to throw, let's say, a boomerang, which is a blunt damage, could I try to knock out someone with a ranged attack?
The way that would actually work is if you brought them down to 0, or you believed you were getting them down to 0, and you specifically told me, I don't want to kill, I don't want it to be a lethal blow, then yes, you could.
Well, first things first, I call the true name of the wind.
Okay.
And then I pull out a boomerang.
Okay.
And I hop 25 feet forward and 10 feet up. And as I'm mid-throw, I kind of like square down one frog eye, and I hurl boomerang at this dude, trying to just like hit him in like the square of the back and like knock him out, like just and like faceplant him.
Okay. Go for it.
Kind of hop over there. That's going to be AC 24.
That definitely hits.
Oh boy. That's 11. and that's not even using Zephyr Strike's damage.
Okay, and you do not want it to be a lethal hit, right?
No, I'm trying to just be like, thunk, and he just like falls forward unconscious.
Okay, so yeah, as you run forward, jump, and you watch as he's running, and he turns to see what's going on, and as he turns, you watch the boomerang slam right into his face. His nose explodes. His eyes go wide and then roll back in his head. And you just watch as, still with the momentum of him running, he just hits the ground and then just keeps sliding another 5 feet. But he is unmoving on the ground currently.
And that's how you capture slaves. I mean, people we need to interrogate.
As you jump up and grab your boomerang as it comes back to you.
It only comes back on a miss. Since it slammed into him, it falls in his
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Is it slam?
And because I use Zephyr Strike and use the advantage, I get an additional 30 feet movement.
Yep.
I just stand over the guy.
Okay.
Just to make sure. And then I whistle to Knack, and Knack's just gonna fly over and take the dodge action because I'm not giving him an order.
Gotcha. All right, not a problem.
Just make a box of doom for them.
Gotcha. Alrighty. So, all right. Very good round. Very good round. Next up is the Hobgoblin in question. He's going to make a death saving throw. That is a success. All right. Next up is Bocek.
So I can't make an attack while grappling, right?
You would have to release the grapple to make the attack.
All right. Would I be able to just throw his club to the side while grappling him?
I will say make an acrobatics check, because he's twitching. You're grabbing with one arm, trying to keep him in one place, and then you're gonna try to very quickly kind of like yank it and unhook it from his belt.
Only an 8.
An 8? Yeah, he's twisting too much, and you see that you would absolutely have to let him go in order to do that, and you think twice about it.
All right, then I'm just gonna keep holding him so that he's too busy trying to escape me to attack any of my friends.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. All right, it is now his turn. He's going to try once more to break your grapple. You can make an athletics or acrobatics check. That is going to be a 22.
Just barely got me. I had a 21.
Oh yeah! So finally, he just like with a yank and a roar, just like just kind of pulls his arm away from you, and he is now broken free from the grapple. He looks around to see what actually hurt him from behind, because he couldn't see anything. Looks down and sees Drovar. Looks at you. He's pissed at you, Bocek. Like this tiny man was hurting him, and he doesn't like that. So he's gonna pull his great club out, and he is just gonna swing. He's gonna swing away, and that is going to be Bocek an 18 to hit.
That hits.
And so you get hit for 12 bludgeoning damage as he just comes down on your arm as you're kind of trying to block, and you just take the full brunt on your arm.
All right, that is half to 6 because I'm raging, and then I'm going to Stone's Endurance it.
Okay, yeah. So how much are you taking away with the Stone's Endurance?
That is 6 plus 1, so 7. So I take no damage from this great club.
Yeah. So it comes down, and you just like, just stoically, you just kind of hold your arm up, blocking this great club. Again, this ogre seems confused and pissed. both at the same time. And he just lets out another kill tiny man. So yeah, that's happening. That's his turn. Basha, is now your turn.
Oh no, don't kill Tiny Man. I like Tiny Man. He's not so tiny. I don't get it. I'm gonna shoot a firebolt at him.
Yeah, go for it.
Please, D&D Beyond, do not betray me this time.
I will warn you, Basha, you are disadvantaged because you're in melee range.
Oh shoot, I need to move. Yeah, let me move first.
If you
Wait.
back up, he will get a swing, so you might want to just disengage this round, or he'll get a chance to,
Oh,
Well, yeah,
He's
you
free.
can disengage, but that will be your action to do so.
I know. I didn't realize how close I was to him.
Hit him with your staff like a true wizard.
You know,
Yeah.
what's the worst that could happen? I don't want my staff to break. It's a glass staff. That's probably a bad idea. Yeah, whatever. I'll hit him with it. Let's see what happens. I've
Okay.
never done that. Why
Yeah,
not?
Go
Why
for
the
it.
heck not?
Go for it. You only live once.
Is she flanking with fucking Knack?
Oh, wait.
Or technically
Nah.
Drovar on the diagonal?
Yeah, technically with Drovar. Yeah.
Hit him with,
Ah,
be the best wizard. Dispel teeth.
Connect 4, you got him diagonally.
So wait, connect 4. Wait. So this is with advantage or not with advantage?
With advantage.
Okay, so that was a 15, so that was pretty good, but let's see if I can do better. Oh, that's the best I can do. How does a 15 do?
A 15 does hit.
Yay!
He's
Okay,
not.
cool.
It is not wearing armor. It is wearing a very disgusting, nasty-looking loincloth.
Why, ew? Why does it give me the option of a D6 and a D8 on here?
Okay, the D6 is if you swung it with one hand. The D8 is with both hands.
Oh, she's doing it with both hands, because I don't picture her trying to wield something one-handed. I picture her being like, ah!
Okay.
Like, yeah.
So for the future,
Yeah, I did not know that.
No problem. But just for future, declare that before you actually make the attack.
Sure. It doesn't. It's a 4. That's great. That's a 4
yeah.
bludgeoning.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you hit it. It feels like you hit a wall. But you watch as the ogre just go, "Ah!" and just kind of turns and grunts and stares at you.
No, don't turn this way.
It stares at you for the moment that you actually damaged it, and then does turn back to Bocek.
He hasn't really hit anybody yet anyway, because I'm raging and my ancestors are out in force, but we haven't even... They're just sitting back at this point. It's like, let's see how they do.
Yeah. So, actually, wait a minute. So you have hit him already.
I have hit him. I don't think I was the first. Oh, I was the first one to actually do damage to him too. That was.
So you do have that. So that ability is now
That's right.
currently going on you right now.
The first creature you hit with an attack on your turn. Yeah.
So technically, the ogre should have had disadvantage on the attack against Bocek. So to rectify that, I will actually say take back your Stone's Endurance from this fight, Bocek, just to kind of rectify that. So you still took no damage, and you have your Stone's Endurance back. But yeah, so yeah, since Drovar actually hit it, yeah, that's what's happening now. Yep. Alrighty. So that was Basha smacking it with the glass staff. Alrighty, Drovar, is now your turn.
Okay, so with the spirits of the ancestors sort of swirling around me and him, I'm like, no, me, you got to worry about me.
Yep.
Taking another swing.
And you do have advantage because of Bocek and Basha.
14.
14 does hit.
11.
Yeah. Once again, and you can actually see this actually pretty clearly, Bocek, as Drovar continues to drive his axe into the back and side of this ogre, cutting through the thick skin, the calloused skin, and the blood is now just pouring from these cuts. You can see Drovar's hands are glowing blue. As he's actually making these attacks. To you, Drovar, you actually see an extra set of spectral hands just slightly superimposed over yours.
Gotcha.
Alrighty. So that was a good turn. Gorple, it's now your turn.
Scratch its eyes. Scratch its eyes. You know what to do, buddy.
Alright, roll for attack for Neck.
That'll be a 12.
12 hits.
That'll be 9 slashing.
9 slashing. So Neck now just goes and just starts raking at the face, and you can just see just claw marks just blooding the face over the eyes, and you can hear Ogre just screaming in pain.
So I look down at this guy. He looks like he's bleeding to death.
He's bleeding out. There's blood is just pouring over his face, but he is breathing currently. The breathing seems very ragged.
All right. Can I toss his weapons aside?
Yeah, sure. That'll be your action.
Yeah. So I'll just kind of toss his weapons aside. I'm gonna sit on top of his chest and put my hands on his face. And as I'm doing that, I'm reaching into my pouch for next round to force feed him a good berry as he's high as shit and weapons gone.
Okay. So you take his long sword, you throw it to the side. You take his long bow, throw it to the side. Grab his shield, yank it off of his back, throw it to the side. You start resting on his chest, on a scale mail, and as you put your hands on his face, he immediately fails 2 death saving throws because he can't save. He automatically fails saves while unconscious.
Well, it would just technically give him disadvantage on his death save. It wouldn't make him auto-fail. I'm not doing damage.
Well, okay. Well, we'll try it. We'll try it. All right. So he's gonna roll at disadvantage, Constitution saving throw. But if he fails, he will fail 2 saving throws, because he is unconscious. So where is it? So this should be interesting.
Well, being unconscious doesn't affect the poison save. It's just he gets his con.
Oh no!
It's yeah.
So that's what I'm rolling right now. Yeah. So he fails. He takes
now he has the poison condition. I'm
Yeah.
not hurting him.
But he also. Okay, I see what you're saying. All right.
Yeah, it'll give him disadvantage on his death save, which sucks.
Yeah.
But it's not killing.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. No, that's fair. That's a fair distinction. That's fine. So yeah, the breathing is still there, but it is a bit more ragged than it was a moment ago. And yeah, he's definitely still, he's prone on the ground, and you're on top of him. So, alrighty. Good deal. Let's see what's next. All right. So that's your turn. He's going to make another saving throw at disadvantage. A death saving throw at disadvantage because he is poisoned. That is a success. So 1 failure, 2 successes. Bocek, it is now your turn.
I look at the ogre and just go, "You're losing pretty badly," as I punch it in the nose.
Okay, you have advantage because of flanking.
$16 to hit.
16 does hit.
And that's only 6 damage.
Okay. Yeah, he takes it. You reach up and then just punch him in the nose. You can hear a crack. It doesn't break the way you would expect it to, and their blood does start to pour out of it. But definitely whacked him one as you reached up and punch him in the face.
Would I be able to tell if his ire is still directed at me, if he still looks like he just wants me so dead.
He's still kind of staring in your direction, outside of the fact that he's also trying to swipe Knack out of his face. So as you reached up to punch, Knack kind of flew upwards and back to give you some room, and you punched him, and he kind of went to stare back at you, and Knack went, ah! And just started going back at his face.
Come after me, bitch. I'm going to use a key point to bonus action disengage, step on the wind, and move over just 3 squares so he has to chase me.
Okay.
Come on, bitch.
Alrighty. I will say, let's see. Yeah. So it is his turn now. And yeah, he is pissed at you for just grappling him and hurting him. You've hurt his feelings. He's running right at you.
You heard him
So
both.
I get to swing at him
Cool.
and he runs out of my
all 3
my
of you
attack
get
range.
opportunity attacks on him.
Yep. So
Yay!
so Bocek, Basha, and Knack get attacks of opportunity.
Drovar.
Drover, I'm sorry.
Alrighty. But not with advantage, because now that he's moved, we're not
Yeah.
doing the flanking.
Yeah, no, there wouldn't
Okay,
be
that's
flanking
cool.
in this.
That's cool.
Crit for 10 damage.
Ooh. All right.
14.
14 does hit.
8 more points.
Okay, so we're going to back it up a little bit, because how would you like to kill this ogre, Drovar?
No. Basically, I see Bocek kind of starting to back up, going, "Come on!" And I'm just like looking at. It's like I'm looking right at the hamstring. It's like I know there's a nice juicy artery in that leg and everything, and he's backing up and just, just take his leg off,
Gotcha.
and he goes down.
Yeah. So as you run Bocek, it turns and it starts making its way to you. Knack continues its assault on his face, and you can actually see one eye get clawed out from the face. He's like, and he's still with the great club in his hand, comes running at you, Bocek. Drovar, you just take your axe right in the back, right behind the knee, and just. And as you hack down, you cut through all of the muscle, skin, and sinew, and you watch his leg just turn at a strange angle, crack, and the leg just kind of limply just kind of falls to the side. And as the blood is gushing and it's just holding one eye, it drops the great club and continues to crawl and pull its way towards Bocek. As it gets up to you, Bocek, it reaches its massive hand and just palms your face very, very weakly, and then stops moving.
I was worried that it wasn't going to chase me. It kept talking about being angry at little guy, and I'm like, I have you pinned. Why are you so mad at Drovar?
Right?
Well, when I shout that war cry in Goblin, I'm sure he realized I was the greatest threat he'd ever seen.
I force feed this dude a fucking good berry before he dies.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, so
Do not poison the prisoner.
Yeah, so you force feed him a good berry, and you watch a moment later as his eyes begin to kind of like slightly open, and he just sees you kind of like on top of him. His eyes are just completely bloodshot as you continue to keep pumping your poison into him, and he's just like,
Bocek, he's all yours. He's barely alive, but he's not dying. As I scoop up my boomerang and tuck it into my belt.
yeah.
I meet
In
Basha's
Goblin
eyes as we start like gathering. I start dragging the bodies into one spot. It's like, all right, what do they have?
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. And at this whole time, after the aftermath, I was just kind of leaning on my staff, and I'm like, you are good staff. You are good. You are good. And then as soon as he says that, I'm like, yes, oh yes, and clap my hands excitedly, and I'll help search the bodies.
Okay. Yeah, and you can see, Basha, that outside of like the blood from your hits on the ogre's body, there's not a scratch on the staff.
Yes, I really like this staff. This is good. High quality staff.
So, all right. So, Drovar and Basha, you begin going through the bodies, and as
that's
you,
good.
yeah.
Take that.
And as you do, and at this point, Gorpal's probably like thrown like the belongings to the side enough that you can kind of go through that as well.
I will say I take one look at the ogre and the loincloth, and I'm like, I'm not touching that. Just like don't even go near it.
Well, at a cursory glance, outside of the Great Club, there was really nothing else on the ogre, and you're very grateful for that.
If he's hiding anything under it, it's staying there.
Yep.
I'll search Weenie Ogre.
Okay. Alrighty.
It's all you.
So this is what happened. So Basha and Drovar, between the three hobgoblins, you find on the other two hobgoblins with the long ponytailed hair, they do have some pouches with coin in them. The hobgoblin with the mohawk had a pouch filled with gems.
Oh, such a shame. He could have taken me on nice dates.
A pouch full of coin, and a piece of kind of crumpled up parchment. So we'll go through the gems first, and the coin. So all the coin together comes out to be 30 copper pieces, 9 gold pieces, and 41 silver pieces. There are five gems. 3 of them seem to be this very beautiful kind of like light orange, almost translucent color. Very, very nicely cut. These are citrines. There's 3 of them. And then there are 2 beautifully rounded, smooth moonstone gems. And the piece of parchment, you kind of, Drovar, you kind of open it up, and as you take a look at it, you see this.
I just go, whoa. Hey, I show it to Basha, and he's like, hey, pictures of the rest of us in there?
I guess not. Wait. Should we tell him? Should we show him? Will he be excited or sad?
He's,
I think he'll
we
like
know
it.
either way. We got no idea how he's going to react. Yeah,
Let's give it to him. I think he'll love it.
Yeah,
Hey,
okay.
Gorpal!
Yeah,
Hey!
Gorp, you want to see this parchment? I hand it over to him face down.
Okay. You're muted, Gorpal.
I'm like, I'll get to it. Keep asking those questions. We gotta work this guy over.
No, you gotta check this out. This is take a look.
That's a terrible picture of a grung. I mean, that just looks like a frog. Is that me?
You're the only one of your folk in this area. I think it's you.
I mean, it
The
doesn't
spider
have the right
knows
eye
it.
color.
The spider's
Definitely a
offering
poor
money for
likeness.
us.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's definitely not enough money. Wait, is it only me?
Well, there weren't pictures of the rest of us. I'm sort of insulted, to be honest.
I mean, I am the best hunter out of all of you, so that makes sense.
Well, that is true, but
Now, did we let someone live? Because now I regret that.
Wait, is it full?
I don't think we've let any. Well, we let the glass stuff live.
We did?
Spider's still talking to him. Well, yeah, he's on trial back in
But
Finland.
how would?
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Hey, it's all a wizard thing. I look at Basha.
Well, I'm gonna keep
Basha,
this is a great.
But yes,
Is there a way for Wizard to like crystal ball contact other wizard?
not crystal ball, but yes, there is. There's ways to send messages. It does happen. You know, there's multiple
So
ways.
your employers
Also,
could
Fucking
your
What?
employers could be in cahoots with this guy. I mean, that's who we've met. That's the wizards we've met and let
Oh, I
live.
really hope not. I love
Look, and-
Evan. Oh, that'd be
no,
awful.
no, I'm saying if we let Glassstaff live, maybe while awaiting trial, he go, "Oh no, Frogman spit poison at me," and I get super fucking high.
I did stab him in the back really badly before anything happened. That did escalate
Oh.
quickly. You know
It
what?
did escalate quickly.
You know what?
Hmm.
I don't know if Spider is a wizard. Did he send the message, or does he have wizards in his employ?
Well, we know he's a drow. They can do all kinds of odd things. Wouldn't put it past him.
I mean, anybody can do odd things. It's just
I
we don't
mean-
know anything about this person. We'll find out, I guess.
I should
Look,
probably get this bounty to raise a bit higher before we really care.
Well, think of it this way: when we finally get face to face with the black spider, you can hand it, you can show it, and say, "All right, pay up," and then
Hey,
kill him
Bo-
and take the rest of the
Yeah,
money.
but
Do you have crayons?
yes,
Because I need you to draw a picture of him so we can put a bounty on him and send it back to
We
him.
don't
through
know.
one of-
We don't know what they look like. I mean, it's a
I don't know. He just looks
I
like an
don't-
elf with dark skin. Who the fuck cares?
yeah, dark skin, white hair.
Make
something like that.
make it as insulting as possible. I don't give a shit.
not doing that.
I guess it is. We're not doing that. We are not going to continue these stereotypes, just as yours has not been continued. We will. And I'm like crumpling it back up. I'm like, unless you want to keep it.
Oh,
It's a
you gotta-
souvenir.
You
Oh,
gotta
wow.
keep it. It's the first, bounty note
Yeah,
on
your
you.
first
You gotta,
bounty.
Absolutely.
I already have
Also,
had one, so I don't care if we see one of me. It's like it's just gonna be like reliving old days. So
I folded up.
Butcher
for
never
my-
have-
no one's offered money for my head. Well, at least as far as I know, I'm a little insulted. Now I'll kill this guy twice.
Same. Butchek
Maybe
never
there's
had
one
bounty
25
on
gold
his head.
pieces. 25.
Butchek want bounty virginity tape.
no, you don't. You think you do, but then
Alright,
after it's
alright.
over, you're just disappointed.
Or caught, but let's ask this guy who's just like really tripping ball. I think he peed himself. I think he literally peed himself. I don't know if he knows if you're the ogre or what's happening. Bochek, I don't know if he speaks common. You're the only one who can really speak goblin.
While they're
Uh,
getting ready to talk to the hobgoblin, I will I collect up the weapons that the hobgoblins had, because I'm not going to worry about the armor so much, but the weapons can be sold. I think it's a couple of long swords, long bows, or whatever they had.
Yeah.
It's like and I'm just kind of looking them over. It's like, what's their quality? Because the
Yeah.
goblin stuff that we've encountered has been kind of crappy, but these are these better, the same?
They're fair. Like they're definitely not crappy goblin quality. They're definitely usable, but they have seen a lot of use, and they seem to be somewhat taken care of. Just enough to the point where they won't break in battle or in use. But they're not exactly what you would call good quality. Most likely fair. Fair would be a good way to put it.
Okay, no, we'll put them in the cart, and
So yes, so that would be 3 long swords, 3 long bows. They do have arrows, which are of decent quality. The arrows altogether between the 3 of them, you're looking at about 37 arrows.
all right.
And they do have large metal shields. The shields are very banged up. I mean, they've definitely seen a lot of use. They are usable, but you figure that if you were able to resell them, it would probably most likely be for scrap or something along
Yeah,
that.
I'm just collecting up the weapons rather
Okay.
than the armor.
Okay. Yeah, and their scale mail that they're wearing is very, it's like patched and
Yeah.
really not great. It does the job, but it's not quality, as Shug would say.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, nope, it would improve my armor class, but then I'd have problems with stealth, so I don't.
Okay.
Like, nope.
All right. So Bocek, you do flip the ogre to try and see if he does have anything other than his ratty loincloth that he's wearing, and he did land on what looks like to be a pouch. And you do you grab the pouch, yank it open. There is what looks like a maybe 2-week-old leg of lamb, like raw, just kind of in there. There are a number of teeth, about a dozen teeth of various sizes and shapes. Oh look, 3 eyeballs. Very squishy, very smelly, very sticky. They seem to have been in that pouch for a while. You're getting the impression that this is probably both his storage and food pouch. But outside of that, you don't find anything else.
You were useless in life as you are in death.
And now Gorple and Bocek, everybody actually, you're kind of surrounding you, Gorple, literally on top of this guy as he's tripping balls. Just occasionally his eyes rolling in his back of his head, and you're just kind of like trying to keep him focused. What are you doing with him?
You speak common. Can you understand me?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, you guys don't need me because I'm going to ask fucking stupid questions. I'm gonna go get drunk, and I go lean up against a tree.
Okay.
All right. I look at Basha and I look at Drovar. You guys want to talk?
Yep.
Sure.
Right. You do the talking. I'll listen. I'll kind of keep an eye on how he reacts.
Hello, Sir Hobgoblin. Earth 2 Hobgoblin. What is your name?
Bark.
Tark. Hello, Tark.
Dark.
So
Tark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's that?
You're the. It's me. Look over here. I'm the middle one.
Oh.
Right here.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. That's
Dwarf. Yeah.
Dwarf. Yes.
Dwarf.
Yeah. The one with the mohawk, your leader guy. He seemed to be in charge.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. He had a wanted poster for the frog guy. You seen any other wanted posters for the rest of us?
He kind of looks around for a moment, and he sees Gorple, and he goes, "That one. That one."
Okay, that's it. None of
so
this.
disappointing.
I point to Basha's like her fine face, or the big gray guy, or me.
Karn said that it would probably be just. The Black Spider said it would be easier to find the rest of you if, you looked for a talking frog.
I mean, that's very fair. That is a fair. Yeah.
So this just came straight from the spider. You don't know where the spider learned about it. All right.
That's what Karn said.
Okay. Well, let's talk about this. But Karg, you say?
Karn.
Karn. Oh, sorry. So he's in charge of the castle.
No. Karn. He loosely points in the direction of where the Mohawk hobgoblin
Karn
was.
was the handsome one.
Yeah,
Got
Karn,
it. Okay.
Karn's not going to be answering any questions today. So let's talk about the castle. Cragmaw. You're with the Cragmaw, right?
What?
Yeah. Focus there, lad. The castle. Cragmaw Castle.
Castle. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Castle. Uh huh. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Castle.
Who's in charge there?
Oh, that's oh, what the?
All right, take your time. Think about it. That's okay.
Growl,
Groll?
Growl,
Groll is the black spider, or
No.
King-
I think he works for the
King Growl. Yeah.
King Growl.
King Groll? Oh, he's a king.
That's what he
So
says.
what manner of what kind of fellow is he? Is he a bugbear or a hobgoblin like you?
Sure.
Okay. How many's he got under his command? Slap his face a little bit. Hey, wake up! Yeah.
Yeah,
How many,
I'll let go of him because I want the poison to slowly wear off, so he kind of comes to his senses.
Okay.
I just didn't want him to like stab me while I healed him.
Fair enough. Yeah. So he's like,
I'll
yeah.
begin tying him up as the poison's wearing off.
Okay. Yeah. No issue. Yeah. You just like, and he's just like, he's actually helping you. He's like, and he kind of like puts his arms, back a little more. He's like, all right. All right.
Stuff was great.
Well, what was that? What?
How many troops does he have? Does the king have in that castle?
Oh, between you and me, I'm not really good with numbers.
Okay.
Like,
Well, let's talk about
like more than my fingers.
and your toes.
What do my toes have to do with this?
Imagine your toes are the other half of his army. Does he have as many?
Why would you have toes
Soldiers.
in your army? That's dumb.
I think we are not. That is not the right.
I got this.
train of thought.
So I once knew a man who counted in hands, and so he would do this many hands, more many hands, too many hands, lots of hands. How many fingers and hands do you have?
You're that talking frog.
You got me.
Holy shit! I'm gonna get 25 gold.
You sure are.
Sure
Well-
are, buddy. Mm-hmm.
Drunkenly, Bocek just yells in Goblinoid, "You would have made 3 times as much joining us."
Kind of looks over to you for the first time. Is like, what? Okay.
Apparently not good with numbers, as he
Not-
said.
Not
Um,
anymore.
All right. So
Rovar
like,
killed your ogre.
I have. I'd show you my hands, but they're tied. Yeah, more than that. Sure. Yeah. Why you keep moving them? Like
Imagine
when
every time. Okay. Every time he does that, it's another set of them.
right.
So you got, imagine I'm doing 2 hands because otherwise I take off push to talk. So it's like, all right, that's that many, and then that many more,
Right.
and another more.
Is that more or less than the amount of people in that castle?
Sure.
All right, listen. You see that you're captured, right?
I'm just watching this.
Yeah.
You see that. You understand that if you don't cooperate, you're gonna die, right?
I'm gonna die either way. So.
I mean, we could let you go, and then you can go escape and have a fun life that doesn't involve you being killed by your own king.
Make a persuasion check at disadvantage, because you're getting the impression he is now starting to sober up.
It's a big 2. Big 2.
The spider thinks you're dangerous. Put a bounty out on the talking frog. Yeah, you're gonna let me go? Right.
Okay.
I'm going to walk over and I'm going to pick him up by the scruff and put him on his feet and dust him off. I'm going to take one of my platinum pieces and I'm going to put it in the palm of his hand.
Well, his hands are tied behind him.
I'm going to rip his ties. I still have him by the scruff, and I'm going to put one of the platinum pieces I have and put him in the palm of his hand.
All right.
I said I would wrestle ogre. I wrestled ogre. I do not like lying. I like fighting, and I like winning. I am going to fight Spider, and I am going to win. Whether you live or die is inconsequential, but if you want to live, and you make me promise, then I will keep promise. You give them information they want, you keep that piece, and I let you go. You don't give them information, I crush head like grapefruit. Crush head like grapefruit.
So
then I say in Goblinoid, listen, these guys probably wouldn't let you go if I didn't intervene, but I promise you, like, if you like take this deal, I will put my neck out for you.
Make a persuasion check with advantage. Because you're actually talking to him in Goblinoid, and you put money in his hand.
I don't think he mentioned that. I say the goat word in Goblin. It's like, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I don't hear
What's
that
he telling
either.
him?
Who knows? I need to learn Goblinoid.
I rolled 2 2s.
He looks at you for a moment, and then he looks at the rest of everybody else. And he takes the platinum piece, and he puts it back in your hand. And he goes, "Minute I run, you're just gonna kill me with my back turned. I'd rather die on my feet in battle."
You want to die on your feet in battle? You give us the information, we battle. I will put myself in same physical shape you are in. I'm speaking in Goblinoid. You
Yeah,
guys.
I was like,
They're
we
talking
have
to
no
Goblin. It's
idea
like,
that he's
okay,
saying
yeah,
that,
yeah.
yeah.
He's and I just kind of, I'm like, keep wanting to jump in. It's like, he pulls off these weird conversion things before. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
so
let
we're like,
this-
all right, we'll see where this goes. Let it run. Let it run.
Not sure about the hobgoblins. Those are smoother.
He kind of looks around at the rest of you, and then he kind of looks up at Bocek. He's gonna take a swing at you, Bocek. I'm gonna roll for him real quick. Yeah. He takes a swing at you, Bocek, and literally, like, just it's the weakest punch. I mean, he's lost a lot of blood. He's poisoned. You all watch as he just kind of hauls off and just hits Bocek in the chest, and it's the weakest punch. Like, it's super weak. And he just, like, kind of looks at you, waiting for you to do something.
You give them information, I give you warrior's death.
He's gonna try punching you again. Jesus, a 5. Yeah, he just weakly like, it doesn't
Bocek-
even do anything.
Bocek begins pouring a beer as he's swinging. You give them information, I give you warrior's death. Otherwise, you just embarrass yourself in last moments.
If
Good.
he swings again, I stab him in the back.
All right, he is gonna swing again. So he swings. Okay, it's a 19. Bocek, you only take 1 point of damage. Of bludgeoning damage, and you do this time see him. He actually connects a little harder, Gorple. You can roll to hit him.
Bocek is like raising his hand, like, fucking don't worry about it.
But Gorple, you said you were gonna stab him, right?
Oh yeah, I got a 15 to hit. I mean, he's wearing armor, but I still try to stab him in the back.
Well, at this point, you've I would have assumed, like, you started to take his armor off, so you hit him.
I don't pull the. I like just stab him through the fucking kidney. So
Okay,
I'm like,
yeah.
clearly
Yeah.
he's not doing anything.
Yeah.
I'm just like, ah!
Oh yeah. He immediately just Bocek. He's staring right at you, And as Gorple stabs him in the back, as his eyes begin to roll in the back of his head, he just smiles at you slightly and then slumps to the ground, unmoving.
Well, shit. I was trying to break his spirit so that he would give you information.
It was worth a try, but these guys are a little smarter than the goblins and the bugbears. You can. The goblins will take some coin. They're a little more like really vicious little children. It's like these guys are soldiers. They're professionals. They follow orders. They got discipline. Dangerous enough. Yeah. It was worth a try, though.
I mean, Bojack, I think you did a great job, but he tried to swing on you the third time. I'm just going to let it. But I'll tell you this.
Oh,
yeah.
He's so weak. It's like fighting baby, though.
But he would have just punched you a bunch, and I don't think he would have broken. He wasn't scared of us. He was scared of Spider. And if he got away for failing, he would have died. So.
Oh, I wasn't offering him fear. I was offering him honorable warrior's death.
I get I understand that, but from his point of view, the honor is he died fighting us and got it over with. He chose his moment. He's like, I'm done. I'm gonna be annoying until they get rid of me, and then I make them do it. I will say, searching through their stuff, they didn't have any food, so they were probably, less than a day away from the castle.
Probably.
So we're close, and
so we don't have time
coming back, so they don't know we're coming. I say we press on to at least find the place.
All right, works for me. I was going to suggest take a short break, but if you think we should press on, then we press on.
Let's find it. These guys all generally can see better at night than you guys can. So I'm not saying we try sneaking up there in the dark. Some of them like to sleep in more during the day. Day might be actually more effective for us, but
that's my thoughts.
Let's see it.
I'll say, Knack flew about an hour, so that might have been a half hour out, half hour back when he spotted the patrol, or she spotted the patrol. So it might be a little bit further on that edge. So
why don't we combine the two things then? We take the rest here, send Knack out for a bit of a reconnoiter, get a sense of now you ask her to look for the big stone building that we know is out that way somewhere if you want.
That's fine. I can't speak to her again till tomorrow, so I can at least have her send out, and then I can have her scratch in the dirt how many lengths of flight it took her to get there, or because it's hard to tell time for animals.
Well, yeah, but if she goes, she's not going to go in a straight line, but she goes out. If you could,
I can guesstimate the amount of time if I send her in that direction again.
It's worth a go. If she can at least tell us it's that way, then I'd say it's worth a go, and we'll just get a little rest, gather ourselves, and make plans to press on.
Anybody who is proficient in survival, please roll me a survival check.
15.
That's it? Just Drovar?
9.
Nah.
Ha!
Okay. Drovar, unfortunately, Bocek and Gorple, you're all kind of you're all discussing, trying to figure out next steps. But Drovar, after you're still trying to figure it out, you're looking around, and you can very easily see the path that this ogre was taking, breaking trees. And then you realize that it's probably going to be, hopefully, a simple thing to just backtrack to see where they came from. Well, at least where the ogre came from. And maybe that'll be where you need to go.
Yeah. Just realizing the ogre didn't make any attempt to hide his way, and they just blazed a trail. He just pushed everything out of the way. We followed the broken trees We'll see where
that
they came
makes
from.
sense. Yeah, that sounds like a good
Might
plan.
not be a straight line, but we know that probably no other patrol is going to be coming that way, and we should
It's easy path.
avoid being detected if we just follow the trail they used. We get up close, we see what we're looking at. If we see there's campfires, like there's other things around it that we couldn't even get through, then we know we're dealing with something like an army. If it's just a big thing of stone and we see some lights inside for cook fires, it's a smaller group and maybe we can sneak in. But we gotta see it.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Right,
Do
why
you,
don't we
do you need
just
a rest, Bocek? With that,
Bocek just thinking maybe catch his breath, but if we need to go, we need to go. Bocek is not damaged enough that he is useless. He still has good portion of beer muscle.
and looking over them, they don't have any way to like call back for help besides an ogre. They don't have like a horn or anything.
Nope.
I mean, I think we can absolutely take a rest. I just don't know how long the patrols are.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance. It wasn't going to tell us that, or wasn't able to.
I mean, that's fine. I think if you need it, Bocek, let's take it because we want to go in fresh. We don't know what we're going up against besides maybe 10 people, but that guy can't count, and he wasn't really helping.
Yeah, what I wanted to get was a sense of what kind of folk are in there. I mean, if there's whatever gets attracted to working for King Grawl or whatever his name is, it's like, okay, it's like, are they all goblins? Are they all bugbears? Was there more than one ogre? Because I mean, there's a whole lot of meat to hack through. I'm not looking forward to dealing with more than one of them if we're not wrestling at first.
We already know there's a lot of bugbears, though, because we've gotten that information before from others. So we know there's bugbears. We know there's goblins for sure.
If there's another ogre, Bocek had sudden stroke of idea. Ogre no speak goblin. Ogre speak common. Ogre bigger than Bocek. Maybe Bocek try native language to ogre.
Well, if we encounter another one, you can certainly give it a try.
I will say, I did notice something early on when we started questioning the guy. When he noticed you, Drovar, there was a facial recognition. There was like a recognition. His eyes went big and he said, dwarf?
And my folk fight those guys all the time. I think he was just like, oh, yeah. Normally they get orders to kill you. That's my guess. I didn't think like he knew it was me.
No, I don't think he knew it was you, but maybe he saw one in the castle. Can I try to like make an insight check to like kind of read back on that? Like,
like he's seen other dwarves.
Because like I noticed like your DM physical reaction.
Yeah.
And I was like, I didn't ask for an insight, but I was like, I'm trying to piece this together. Where he's like,
right. Yeah, make an insight check.
If you've seen other.
It's going to be a high. It's going to be a high DC, but.
I got a 7, so it's all just a theory.
Yeah, it's a theory. It's strong theory, but it's a theory. All right. So, what's the plan?
You're going to read mammals.
Yeah, you're going to take a short rest and then make your way, following the broken trees.
Yeah, we'll take take the short rest here before we start off.
Okay.
I mean, we've got the horses, set up, not too far away. So, if we have to do a longer rest, I think our intention is to come back here. But we want to, can we get a sight of this thing?
Okay.
How far away is it if we're going to, because eventually we have to get to it, but I don't really feel like breaking down this camp and getting the horses out again.
All right. Yeah, not a problem. So you do take an hour rest, and you get back. You can roll any amount of hit die you need to kind of bring yourself up. If you have any skills that refresh during a short rest, you get them back as well.
I just wanted full key points.
Yep.
I actually wanted to ask Basha a question during this rest.
Yep, go for it.
So, Basha, I don't understand how your trickery and witchery works.
Okay.
But I did notice that you have some sort of like shimmering shield. Is that more protective than armor? Because it doesn't seem to make noise when you move.
I mean, I don't know if I'd say more protective than armor, but it does, yes, it protects me like armor.
I don't know. I don't know. Like a lot of us, and I kind of gesture at Bocek and fucking Drovar. They don't wear any armor.
Yes.
And I don't know how protective it is because I don't really understand what weirdness you do.
It really is like a little bit better than what they're doing. Like so little +1, so little. But you know, if you want me to like try and do it to others, I can try. If that's what you're suggesting. I only get so many a day. I definitely need it. A lot of you can take more hits, but as long as I have enough, I'd be happy to share.
All right. Well, then if
Changes.
that's a weird thing, what do we got? So we never really discussed this, but like,
Yes.
what do we got going in? What kind of weird shit can you do if we're gonna let you go full witch queen on these people?
Oh, that sounds
what
like
the hell?
fun.
Can you burn them alive? Can you
yeah.
call the winds to like slay them as 1,000 force arrows? I don't know what you can do.
That sounds awesome, but no, I
don't
can't
think
do that.
she'd need us if she could do that.
Really,
You're gonna raise an army of the dead? What's
No,
going on?
that's necromancy. I don't deal with that. No, that's nonsense. Besides, it smells bad. Have you ever met a necromancer? They always kind of smell like formaldehyde. It's awful.
Yeah,
It's
there's
terrible.
so many of them.
Anyway.
That's why I'm asking if you could raise an army of the dead.
No.
It's full of armies of dead, raised by evil wizards.
Yeah, that's not me. I don't like to do that. I'm not like. I mean, if we really decide, if this keeps happening, I wave at the dead guy. If this keeps happening, I might have to take a spell eventually that maybe we can like talk to him again after he is dead. Because if that keeps happening, I don't know. But I don't even know if I can. It's a matter of what I find. Really, it's complicated. But what can I do? I can set fire to things. I can clean things really quickly, and I can summon an invisible servant to do things for me, and it was very helpful around house. Help me fold clothes for children, things like that. But they can do other things.
I don't think
yes.
a Goblinoid castle is gonna be intimidated by a fucking.
No, I know.
You did that. You did that floating.
Yes, I can do that floating
wheelless
disc.
chariot thing, that floating disc or something. We carried stuff on it.
I can do that.
I've seen you throw fire.
Yes.
Can you can turn invisible?
Thing. Yes, I can. No. That is this, and she actually takes this necklace from around her neck and holds it up, and I'm like, this is a gift from the friend, an important friend. Okay, head of Wizards Guild, head of Wizard Mafia, as you keep joking. He gave me this, but it turns you invisible once a day. It's also symbol of my goddess, and look, it has lipstick holder in it. And I take the lipstick out, which you guys have definitely seen me use, and I reapply it. I'm like,
so that lipstick lets you make people bend to your will, right? It's a magic wizard thing.
No, that's just a magic me thing, but actually, now that you mention it, I do have the ability to convince somebody to do something for me. I can do that. I just choose not to do it to friends. Yes, Bocek.
Can you make Bocek taller? Bocek a little self-conscious about the fact that Ogre was bigger.
No, I don't, not yet, but there are spells that can make you bigger, like taller. But no, I'm sorry, Bocek.
You're good.
I think you're tall enough.
Good. Trust me, from down here.
You're good.
Yeah, from all the way down here, you're fucking huge.
And let's face it, he might have been a little bit taller, but I don't think you even broke a sweat holding him. So, don't you start getting all mopey on us because you're not, 8 feet tall. Jesus.
Oh my gosh, really?
No, I'm 8 feet tall. He was 12.
From down here, you all look the same. Let's just keep moving here. Tall folk.
Yeah, I can create these sort of missiles of magic and shoot them at people. I can also do that with lightning. That's sort of the thing that I do. I can zap
I've seen
them.
You do a couple of those different things. So you've got a couple of ways to zap them. Can you let's say the gate, the castle, the castle's gate is closed. Can you open it, push it down, break it open, or make it disappear or something like that so we can get into the place?
No, I mean there's spells that do like pretty much everything. It's just I don't have them yet. I'm still kind of like new wizard. I just graduated. You don't get a lot of spells when you first graduate. You get like what's in the
so
book.
this is how they hook you in. I see. So
and then
that,
you need to learn more.
It's like, all right, you go out and you find the artifacts for us, and we'll teach you this one that we choose to give you. Oh.
I mean, it's more like asking a teacher to teach you, but I guess if you want to
but you got to do something for them, and so it's like, bring me that fine, shiny artifact, and if you live through that, I'll teach you this.
That's fair. Like so, I mean, what you're saying, I can shoot it with lightning open, shoot it with fire open, blow it up with like force of power open, or suggest to somebody to just open it for us. Those are my options.
That could work. You know,
exactly.
If Butchek's charisma doesn't charm him into opening the door for us, just make him do it.
And I'm not the most charismatic, but force of will I can definitely do. So.
All right. I'm just trying to think of assets.
I forgot, and I can make them laugh and they fall over. You've seen me do that too.
Seen you do that too. That's a good one. Just take somebody right out of the fight, and we'll
that
leave
was
the
absolutely
boy
terrifying. That was terrible. I'm going to be honest. That one made me uncomfortable.
So, what I bring is I can scale walls pretty quietly, and I could get a grappling hook and rope if we wanted to climb it. If we found a good entrance that wasn't watched, for ease sake.
You know what I bring to the table.
Yeah. I'm a bartender.
Okay, you know what he brings to the table.
You do more than that, but okay, sure. That too.
Okay, I was just checking. Right. I don't know what you can do. You got crazy powers.
It's not as great as it sounds. I want more.
It's pretty much, I think we all kind of showed off all the things we can do when we fought the dragon. I mean, that worked out pretty well. You climbed all the way up to the top, and you were shooting down and throwing the nets, and if we could get the drop on them, I think we do really well. The trick is if they find out we're in the middle of the place and then they come at us from a couple of different sides, cutting our way out could be tricky.
And I still know a few words left in my memory as it fades quickly when I use it. When I speak the nature, I can heal and move like the wind, but I'm probably gonna have to save it for healing, I imagine. I don't know what we're getting into. Oh, we got those 2 extra healing potions. Do we want to spread those out?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having one. I used the last one when we fought the dragon.
I still have one.
I got one.
You got 2 right before you left your house.
Yeah, your secret wizard masters gave us 2 healing.
Oh, potions. Right. Yes, that's right. I guess I have them then. But yeah, we can spread them out. I'll give one to you.
Okay. I mean, I could fashion. Do you have one, Bocek?
No.
You want one?
No, I got 5 good berry. So getting somebody off ground, I can take care of. Maybe a healing potion better left in the hands of somebody less. As Bocek is trying to find the word, he drops his coin purse, as well as his belt falls off, his pants is around his ankles, his boxers are showing. Less Bocek.
All right.
Here, I can do the last one, and I'll take the last healing potion. I'll put it in a pouch, and I'll tie a small collar around Nack's throat, and be
That's very smart.
She can't administer it, but she's very quick and darting, so she can get to someone if they're not dead or dying.
That's not a bad idea.
It's not a bad idea. Yeah.
When the fight's going, I can take a good hit, but as you may have started to notice, I'm good at making other people wish they were fighting me, which means if they all started, suddenly I'm not doing so well. But I think it's good to have one of those handy.
If somebody really, I showed it off once so far, but if somebody really wants to hurt Bocek can move about 3 times as fast as horse across battlefield if he need to.
Well, you'll be able to stuff a good berry down my throat if I need it then.
Same for me, please, if I'm down, because I'm I am not as strong as most of you. So even though you make jokes about being crazy witch queen and shooting things and killing them easily, yeah, that's from really far away. I was terrified right next to the ogre today. I didn't realize how close I'd gotten, and that was very scary.
Yeah,
and this staff was quite useful.
You didn't run, and that was the thing. If you'd run,
I might have.
the things always go bad when one side breaks. So you kept your cool. That was good.
It's exhausting, but Bocek can do it 1 or 2 times, move around battlefield real fast.
All right. Well, are we rested up now? We should.
Yeah, I think we're ready to go.
Quarry.
Okay. So you begin to tie up the horses. You kind of clean up and hide the presence of your camp as well as your horses. You tie Hank back up to the cart without any issue. The other horses take some time for you to calm them from the battle. They were far away, but they were still, a little freaked out by what happened. You take some time to calm them. You hitch them near Hank, hide everything successfully, and begin to make your way following the tree line and the broken trees back towards the where the ogre and the hobgoblins came from. Takes you about the better part of another hour or so, and at this point it is starting to get dark. And you don't even have to roll. You can easily start following the path of broken trees, the large imprints from the footsteps of this ogre, to a point where you start to see a clearing. And Drovar, with your dark vision, just barely on the edge of your dark vision, you can see the impression of some massive building. You're not sure what it is at this point, but you can make out an impression almost like a shadow. If you wanted to see more, you would actually have to get closer.
It's out there. Just see. It's a shape at this point.
All right,
see
here. I kind of look to Knack, be very quiet, fly toward whatever that is, and then come back. And we're gonna do a new game where you tap once for yes, twice for no, and when you come back, I'm gonna ask you questions about what you saw.
You watch as Neck just pecks into the dirt once.
So be quiet. Use night to your advantage. I don't need to tell you what to do. You know how to do this. And I kind of pet it.
Yeah, she kind of ruffles her head
and I'll
next
feed
to
a
you.
little jerky for the road.
And very silently, she listens to the air. I need you to make a stealth check for her.
That is a 13.
13. I also need you to make a perception check for her as well, please.
That is a 14.
14. Okay. 10 minutes go by. 15 minutes go by. About 20 minutes go by, and you begin to hear, and you look up and you can see Knack just starting to descend, and then she just lands right there on the ground and is just kind of staring at you.
Is there a large stone structure there?
She pecks once into the dirt.
That seems like a yes. Were there many creatures there like we saw before?
Pecks twice into the dirt.
No. Were there many creatures in the stone structure?
She doesn't peck at all.
She didn't go inside.
Well, I don't know.
She's saying though that there's nothing outside, right? Is that
Well, she found a stone structure. Were there any creatures patrolling the outside?
She pecks twice.
So it does not seem like there were. Was there any light from inside the stone structure?
She pecks twice.
Most goblins, as far as I know, they've got dark vision too. They wouldn't need light in there. Night's not our time to go in. You know, you need light to see, and they'll just see the light coming and know something that's not them is in there. I think our best bet is to back off back to camp, and we come here not long after dawn.
Well, they'll be able to follow us right back to our camp, though. Kind of like gesturing
The trail
what we followed.
We're following the trail the ogre made. They're gonna realize something. They may realize something's wrong when the ogre and the others didn't come back, but that doesn't mean that they're gonna go running off immediately. We'll get back to the camp. We keep a watch, but you know, I don't feel. We don't know yet how many are in there. We can't get a good look at it now, and with the three of you needing light to fight with, that light is just gonna, pinpoint us.
We should go. Basha kind of whispers. We should go back.
Try, essentially, first light. Well, so I think it's pretty early, right? Because you said like the sun just went down.
Yeah, the sun's been down for maybe the last hour or so.
Yeah, we start off an hour before dawn to come back here, so we hit the edge of the woods just as the sun's coming up, and we get a good look at this place.
I think that's wise.
All right, that's what we'll do. All right, folks, let's start making our way back.
Okay. So you begin to slowly make your way away from this large building and back the way you came. Eventually, you make your way back about an hour or so. And you make your way back to your original campsite. You begin to bed down for the evening. Preparing yourselves both for what could possibly happen over the course of the evening, but more importantly, what is going to happen when you actually make your way to what you believe is Castle Cragmaw.
May I would say, let's say 5 minutes out of our camp, like so following the ogre path, can I use rope and a tree and my net to set up a net trap so that if someone were to walk down that path, it could be like one of those things that like pulls them up?
Sure. I'll say this will be a straight dexterity check because this is delicate work. I mean, you are used to it, but it is definitely delicate work to make it work altogether.
Could I make a survival using dex?
You know what? Yeah, absolutely.
I'm happy to help him. I mean, Bocek and I are both strong enough to help pull a tree, down into position and, that
sure.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also have these tools and am proficient with them. So.
All right. Yeah, so make it with advantage.
That will be a 19.
19. Okay, yeah, easily enough between you, Drovar, and Bocek. You are able to kind of put together this net trap, just in case, and you tie it off to the tree very delicately, just kind of like making sure that the rope is not too taut or too loose. Cover the net with existing leaves and foliage around, and when you're done, you're pretty confident that this is going to do exactly what you need it to do should someone walk down this trail.
I figured that way, in case they come before we notice, it'll give us a heads up because they'll make some noise, and it'll give us a little bit of reaction time in case.
Yeah, good idea.
So as you finish up, make your way back to your camp, begin to bed down for the evening. Some of you taking watch over the course of the evening. Basha, As you lay your head down, you just thoughts of your sister and your children, your daughters, pop into your head. Thinking about all of the things that are possibly awaiting you in this castle. Hoping that this will be just as successful as everything else, but not entirely sure. Drovar, you kind of look down at your hands, and you can start to see the tattoos starting to grow past your bracers.
Are they the marks are further now since the ogre fight?
They are. And you're just kind of like inspecting your hands and kind of looking at them, kind of hearing the echoing voice telling you to do them proud. Thinking about Shug and possibly where he is, and hoping that he's being successful in what he's accomplishing as well. Warple, you filling your tub, getting ready to soak for the evening as you normally do. Feeling very confident, not only in your abilities as a hunter, but now as a beast master, with your second beast successfully working with you just as well as Teague does, and you feel fairly confident that tomorrow will bring no surprises to you.
And plus, I have a great pack, and so I feel confident because while I hunt alone a lot, hunting with a group makes me feel more comfortable.
Mm-hmm. And Bocek, as you begin to lay your head down and start to kind of conk out for the evening, thinking back to those trees and that tree party, you hear very slightly in the back of your head,
"Remember, Bocek, you're my favorite."
And that's where we're going to call it for the evening.
Not the sky clown, no!
Sky clown again. Goddamn sky clowns.
Great game, guys. Great game. Oh, can't wait to see what happens next week.
I'm so excited for next week.
Oh
I'm,
my
like, already.
It's gonna be so good. You guys, that was amazing. Amazing game, guys. Yeah, so thank you so much, everybody. Thank you to my wonderful players. Thank you, everybody who's watching. A few quick shout-outs before we finish up for the evening. Shady, thank you so much for the Tier 1 gift sub to Laurie. Laurie, I hope you're still here. I'm glad you made it. Even if you're not here, I'm still glad you made it. Ocellatus, again, once more, amazing. Thank you so much for the Tier 1 gift sub, as well as cheering 500 bits. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you so much. Also, thank you for resubbing at Tier 2 for the 3 months. Thank you again. That's amazing. You're amazing. And also, Rock Hardware 3. Thank you so much for the follow. We do appreciate it. We appreciate you as well. We appreciate all of you for watching and sticking with us as we make our way through this incredible game, Lost Mine of Phandelver. It is, as a reminder, this is the D&D starter set, and it is one of the more amazing campaigns that 5e has put out. So thank you for joining us for this. Just amazing. And I want to do, before we actually leave for the evening, I want to leave everybody with one last thing. The amazing bounty hunting poster of Gorple. Just
I fucking love it. That shit is so good.
It's amazing.
Let it just soak in, everyone. Let the impression burn into your minds as we finish up for the evening. But
I just hear fucking Spider with his slightly grayed hair. That frog's a menace.
So as we close out, we're going to end for the evening. We are going to raid, as we always do, to show love to folks that continuously show love to us and support the things that we do. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, we have Ryan KW90. He currently looks like he's currently playing Grand Theft Auto. Him and his brother have been huge supporters of everything we do, and so we definitely want to show love to them as we finish out for the evening. So as we do close out, please remember, be good to yourself, be good to others, take care of others, and don't forget to take care of yourself. Until we see you next time, take care.